Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Amorin nuolen sä ammuit mun peffaan. Enää halu viedä sua pelkästään leffaan. Rakkauden haukat meille taivaalla kirkuu. Mun päästä putoruit lanteet seksiä tihkuu. Seksiä tihkuu. Saivat mun touhoihin sydämen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä lykin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua.
Noniin. Joo. Kaikki mukaan.
Se on laaki ja vaena kun runtataan. Poika sinne pesään kasvamaan. Ja rakkauden maito kermaksi vatkataan. Vatkataan. Sä veit mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä lykin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Saatat mun tuohi sydämen pensalla kastoin sen. Sä lykin roihahtaa tervas kantona tuhkats palaa. Kuin sata kipinää. Rälläkää mun rakkauden sulle suihkua. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää. Sata kipinää.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to part 25. Or, wait, no, 26. 25 was yesterday. Of the Crew Cab Charger. I played Summer Car today. Summer Car for the startup music today. Because you guys are going to get the Summer Car combo 2 days in a row this week. 2 days in a row. So we're gonna work on the car and maybe do a tiny space news. Do a little tiny space news. If we're gonna do anything with space, it's probably gonna be talking about Pad 37B and how it doesn't exist anymore. And then we have my summer car for after hours. Should be about I don't know. I'd say, let me think. Probably about 12 hours of stream today. Yeah, probably. Probably something like that. Yeah, Tessa, not interested. Yeah. There is a Starlink launch Starlink 15-6 out of Vandenberg. That's scheduled for about 10 p.m. So that's in about 11 hours, give or take. It's 10 hours and 40 minutes from now. It'll probably push a little bit, so we'll see what happens. Space is rough, EJ. Space station's even rougher or leaky? Well, I'm not sure what's going on with that. That pressure increase doesn't make sense. Yeah, it don't make sense. Let me see. Ah, yes, that's what I wanted to do. Okay. Hey, article, what's going on? Parley, what's going on? Great day yesterday. New parts are now part of the charger. Yes. Yes. Here, check this out. This is what I wanted to show you. What I mean, this is what I mean when I say 37B. We had the draft environmental assessment from 37B released last week. Watch this, dudes. Oof. I guess Slick 6 is next now. End of an era for Delta 4. Bill, that was just so damn fast, dude. Dude, Delta 4 launched from this pad less than a year ago. Really, I'm really thinking Tory Bruno wishes he painted over that logo. Or he doesn't care. Okay, can I share something before we head out to the shop? Can I share something? I love Delta. I love the Delta rocket. I think Delta 4 is a very, very good design for what it is, right? I think Delta rocket is very good architecture. I hate Slick 37B. I've always hated it. I hate it so much. Now, why? Why, EJ? Why do you hate this pad? It's mostly because of the TISMs, okay? Slick 37B was supposed to be a twin pad launch complex, and they didn't use either one of these. They just said, screw it. We're just going to haphazardly place this crappy service structure, 2 lightning rods and a fixed service structure just over here. We're just going to haphazardly place it there. Screw it. We're not using any of the infrastructure that made Slick 37 cool. No. Let's just pave a road over here and just build up this arbitrary stupid hill. I hate it. I've always hated it. Yep. There it is. I think Slick 6 is awesome. I hate that. I hate it a lot. I'm happy it's gone. There, I said it. They demolished that pad right there, Paul. It's Slick 37. Fixed service structure, mobile service tower, double lightning rods. Gone. Scrap. SpaceX has ownership. Well, SpaceX tentatively has lease of the pad, Matt. That's another blame for Boeing. Like, dude, you get Slick 37B. You have this gigantic launch complex, this gigantic twin pad launch complex, right? And you only built one? You build one? That's it? Now, it's possible that they were going to try and make it a twin pad launch complex by building another one of these over here. It's possible. But that probably never happened because of the dot-com bubble. Right? It's possible. But also, it's just haphazardly placed over here, and I hate it a lot. EJ, I thought that's Slick 37. Yeah, it is Slick 37. I said I like Slick 6's Delta 4 pad because I think that's a better design. Because it's a shuttle launch pad, but whatever. This, I hate this. I've always hated it. It's just... Reject modernity. Embrace tradition. Slick 37 should be a dual pad launch complex. It always has been, alright? This is just cope. This is just a coping mechanism. Look, not even in the square hole. Look, you have a square hole. It's right there. You could have used it, but no. I'm happy it's gone. I'm happy it's gone. Yes. Go. Die. Get out of here. Oh no, it's collapsing. Oh jeez. Oh god. Oh jeez. That sucks. Kill it. Get rid of it. Yes. Face the ground, please. I guess they use Slick 37 because of availability too, since other pads not in use were used in the early 2000s. I guess, NG. No, it's not sad, Joe. I hate it. I hate Slick 37B. I've always hated it. I don't... it is always never sat right with me that you just made this one stupid pad on the very far side of Slick 37, and you didn't even bother using the actual Slick 37B that's right there, and the other Slick 37A, which was never used. They built an entire pad and then never used it. Like, it's always bothered me. It's always bothered me that it's just like, no, we're not going to use any of this. We'll just hook this up and then hook it up to the tanks. No, that's dumb. That's dumb. Get rid of it. No, get rid of it. At least SpaceX, I mean, don't get me wrong, SpaceX is bulldozing pretty much everything here and building, from what we understand, they're building two pads, one here and one here, from what I understand. I mean, I'm not going to lie, double Starship launch towers over the original Slick 37A and B would be cool, but that's not what they're doing. Yeah, here's what it's going to look like. But also, I hated that it's just that pad was always haphazardly just placed on the side over here. It was just kind of sitting over there on this big hill. I hated it. I've always hated it. There, I said it. It is just activated my almonds. Is the blockhouse staying? It looks like it, Joe, yeah. Slick 37B, or Slick 37 should be a twin pad launch complex, okay? It should be a twin pad. Okay? It should be two pads, not one. It's just been one. And then ULA had the gall to call that Slick 37B, and then never build A. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Does the crawler fit there? No. Slick 37 is a pretty big launch complex, though. I looked at Ryan Caton's post the other day about comparing pad sizes. 37 is almost as big as 39A. It's pretty close. ULA Sniper finally got Slick 37. Yeah, I never liked this. So ULA opted to raise the launch pad up in the air. Or, well, Boeing at the time, when they originally made it. They opted to do that so they could get a flame diverter, right? Instead of using a pedestal design, which is what Apollo used. So, oh, yeah. Yeah, baby. That's what it should look like. Oh. Nice. Nice. Very nice. See? That's what it should be. That's what it should be! Oh. Dude, the original Slick 37 design is actually really, really well thought out. It's pretty smart. You have your LOX facility over here, hydrogen over there. They're separated from each other. And then it's a dual pad complex with a single mobile service tower. The mobile service tower can actually move between the pads. So you build a rocket on A, right? The rocket's stacked. You move the MST over to B, stack a rocket here, then move back. The reason why they did that was in case the Saturn V didn't work. 37B was built as a backup, just in case the Saturn V didn't work. It was a backup pad. Now, what do I mean by that? If the Saturn V didn't work, if they couldn't get it to work, what they would have ended up doing is launching a bunch of Saturn 1Bs to get to the moon, using an EOR architecture, Earth Orbit Rendezvous. 39A and 39B are pretty much identical, okay, or at least they were until... They were identical until 2015. Actually, 2007 is when their designs diverged, but that's another story. Now it's 37.1 and 37.2. I'm never calling it that. Spoiled. I'm never calling it that. It's like 37A and B. I'm never... Yeah, sorry. This is one of those Ship 26 Ares 1X scenarios. I'm never, ever calling them Slick 37.1 and 2. That's never happening. Imagine when people can book a shores excursion for their Port Canaveral cruise to go have a few hours in space on a starship. Hey, Karen, why you gotta put that pressure on me, you jerk? I saw what you said in general chat. Why you gotta put that pressure on me, dick? Man, what the hell? It's so screwed up. Goddamn frog son of a biscuit. Why you gotta put that pressure on me, man? Now I gotta finish it. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Just because you're going down swinging doesn't mean you gotta take me with you. Damn it. Anyway. Nah, man. I heard the news. We'll finish it, dude. Let's go. We'll finish it. Don't worry, he's still kicking. That's why you keep your speakers down. Sorry. I'll turn my mic down so it's not as loud. There you go. Anyway. Sorry. Sorry for yelling. So, I'm going to call this one A and that one B. Okay? 37A, 37B. Also, this design doesn't make sense, and I don't know why people haven't called it out. Yeah, this design doesn't make sense, at least in my mind. This is your staging area for stacking on the tower. Where are your chopsticks? And I understand that this is probably a tentative design. Like, it's probably in flux. Having a staging area right here makes no sense. The chopsticks are over here. They can only move to about here. They have about 180 degrees of motion from the point of this tower, if you drew a straight line like that. That's nowhere near that. So how are they planning on doing this? Your staging area is going to need to be over here. If they're using something similar to Pad 2 at Boca Chica. Can we call them Alpha and Bravo since they're on military ground? I guess if you want to do that, Comus, go ahead. So smart. More ways to get to the moon. What lunar lander would it have been instead of Apollo? Well, Beats, that was all made if the Saturn V didn't work. They weren't sure if that thing was going to go. But so part of what made the Apollo program good is that they established the Saturn 1B first. They established heavy lift capability. There is a lesson there in systems engineering. A big lesson. And maybe I'll demonstrate that lesson in KSP someday. Yeah, maybe we will. I don't know. I've been jonesing for it, dude, even though I said what I said yesterday about, like, really not wanting to. But what can I say? Starship is getting me excited. Or I could show you guys what you could do with a Falcon 9 architecture if you really know what you're doing. I mean, not that SpaceX doesn't, but... New chopstick design, maybe? Geeson, I just don't understand how they're going to make a style of chopstick that's going to be able to rotate all the way around, you know? So Beats, and this is what I mean when I say the Saturn family of rockets is just so ridiculously smart, dude. Like, seriously, Von Braun and his engineers were on another level. Just another level of crazy. Like, I still don't get to this day how they thought about this so freaking well. So, they started off with a bunch of Jupiter and Juno rockets, okay? I wonder something crazy. They started off with a bunch of Jupiter and Juno rockets. They were leftover rockets and leftover tooling from the Army Ballistic Missile Agency. The Army Ballistic Missile Agency was rolled over when, in the early 60s, NASA consolidated a ton of research facilities, right? A ton of research facilities from different parts of the Department of Defense. So, in the 50s, it was interesting. All the branches of the military were vying to have their own ICBM capability, right? Because, you know, the idea is that if you have nukes and the other guy and another branch of the Army, like another branch of the Department of Defense doesn't, right? You're going to be the ones that everybody's going to go to because no one's going to fight a conventional conflict anymore. At least that's what they thought at the time. We figured out that that's not how that happened. So whoever had the nukes is going to get all the funding, right? Because you're the, you know, we'll nuke you if you, you know, so the Navy will nuke you if you do anything. So the Navy was trying to figure out ways to make nukes. They figured it out with submarines. The Air Force was trying to figure it out. They figured it out with bombers, right? The Army was trying to have their own nuclear forces as well. And that's what the Army Ballistic Missile Agency was. In 1958, a lot of those facilities, Army Ballistic Missile Agency is a good example, in Huntsville, were rolled into NASA. The Army Ballistic Missile Agency became Marshall Space Flight Center. And that's part of how Eisenhower got NASA to be NASA anyway, to fund this new government organization, to guarantee the funding for these new facilities. Smart, very smart. Because, yeah, the Navy was trying to make ICBMs, the Army was trying to make ICBMs, the Air Force was trying to make ICBMs, and eventually it all became the Air Force with the Navy as a backup, right? Because ballistic missile submarines are a very good deterrent, right? So, NASA basically got the leftovers from the Army Ballistic Missile Agency, right? They got the leftovers. And Von Braun and his engineers used that to establish heavy lift capability. Heavy lift launch capability, the ability to lob 25 tons into space, was a big deal back in the day. That was President Kennedy said in 1963 at the SA-5 mission, he said that was the point where we passed the Soviets in the space race, which is very, very interesting. Now, and I kind of agree. The Soviets wouldn't have heavy lift capability like this till Proton came along a little bit later, right? So the Saturn 1B, dude, is made up of a bunch, since they kind of inherited the factories for the Jupiter, Juno, and Redstone rockets, you know what they did? You know what Von Braun and his engineers did? They took Thor missile engines, put 8 of them down here, and then wrapped a couple of tanks from one rocket around another. That's what a Saturn 1 is. It is the most Kerbal rocket ever designed. It's a bunch of Jupiter and Juno missiles just kind of wrapped together. That's what the first stage is. And that established heavy lift launch capability. With this stage, with this heavy lift stage now, you got a much bigger throw weight. That allowed them to look into making bigger, higher energy upper stages. Now, they first started off, and once again, I'll talk about this more during Space News. We'll do a deep dive into Slick 37, I think. Now then what they did after that was make the S4. The S4 was a common bulkhead design with six RL-10 engines in it. And this was a good design, but they figured out that the RL-10s don't really have a lot of high energy transfer. They don't make a lot of thrust. They're very efficient, but they don't make a lot of thrust. So they redesigned the Saturn 1 eventually into the Saturn 1B. And that's when they went around trying to, make the Saturn V and stuff. They figured out that if you took the third stage from a Saturn V and put it on top of a Saturn 1 stage, you get the Saturn 1B. Now you have commonality. Because they both carry the same upper stage. Saturn V and Saturn 1B have the same upper stage. The third stage on a Saturn V is the second stage on a Saturn 1B. And establishing the Saturn 1B, building Slick 37. Slick 37 was made for the Saturn 1B. So was Complex 34, to be honest with you. But Complex 34 was originally for Saturn 1 and then retrofitted for Saturn 1B. Right? Slick 37 was clean sheet for the Saturn 1B. They built it with common architecture because it was all made in anticipation if the Saturn V doesn't work. If the Saturn V doesn't work, you're using the same integration, you're using the same upper stage, the same rockets, and you just rendezvous them together, something you already know that they can do. It really hedged their bets in the space race because they had a backup plan. So they started off with leftover parts and ended with one of the most powerful rockets ever devised by a slow, methodical approach. You establish heavy lift, and then you refine your heavy lift capability, and you use that to build a bigger rocket. Now, here it beats. You want to hear something cool? Look. Falcon 9 1.0. Falcon 9 Block 5, Starship. A slow, methodical approach to systems engineering is how you do this. Now, Starship is in no way hardware relevant to Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, but it's all common. The crazy thing is that by the end of the space program, dude, Falcon Heavy would be Saturn 1, Saturn 1B. So they use this to test everything in space. And then they put it all together on the Saturn V. Dude, it is so ridiculously well thought out. Like, I can't... It's so goddamn smart. Chrysler made the Saturn 1B, by the way. Yeah. Chrysler got the contract for final assembly for Saturn 1 core stages. Yes, the same Chrysler for the car that we're working on, and this is why I chose to talk about this. Look at Chrysler's product catalog from the 1960s. Look. There's my car. There's NASA's car. The Saturn 1 first stage is a Mopar. Yep. Oh, yeah. Yep. Coronet sedan right there. Mine's a 500, though. Mine's a 500 in medium blue like that, but mine's a 4-door like that. That's metallic mint. Pretty cool, huh? It's so smart, dude. The integration and systems engineering of Saturn and Apollo should be studied. It should be studied. It is so ridiculously well done. You can easily see the commonality between the car bodies. Well, Sig, yeah, that's what Chrysler did. Chrysler's systems engineering just in general is insanely smart. They dumped a ton of R&D into building one really good chassis and then built as many different types of cars as you could off of one chassis, the B platform. Like you've heard me talk, we're working on one right now. How did they go from a small missile like the Saturn 1B to the Saturn V? They used what they learned from Saturn 1 and Saturn 1B to build that thing. Okay? That's why Slick 37 exists. Actually, it's more 34. 34 was the first Saturn 1 pad right there. And then 37 was built for the Saturn 1B. We'll do a deep dive for Space News today. I'll show you guys why this pad was built, why it's here, and what it does, and what it was built for. I'll show you. Wow, people thought Rolls-Royce always made cars. Dude, look at this product catalog, dude. Chrysler made everything, man. They made boats. They made trucks to haul the boats. They made vans. They made buses. They made semis. They made airport tugs. They made tanks. heavy equipment transporters, bridge laying tanks, amphibious vehicles. Dude, in the 60s, man, it was just build as much stuff as you can. Like, diversify as much as you possibly can. Like, dude, they made everything from like a compact mini pickup truck all the way to a full-size, the full-size D200. Chrysler also made the Abrams. That's right, Sig. Yeah. Good call. Yeah, the M1 Abrams tank is a Chrysler design. It's a Mopar. But it's a Mopar with a helicopter engine in the back. It makes 2,000 horsepower. Pretty cool. Yeah. Sindesi, this is what I mean, dude. You know, like the other day, just on a little bit of a side note, you know, the other day I was saying, like, doesn't have to be this way. Doesn't have to be this way. Just hop over and get the ball. Like, dude, we could do this. You could do this nowadays. You could do this. Well, not, you know what I mean. Like, back in the day, they didn't even think about this stuff. It was just, oh, sweet, we got a contract for rockets. Okay, frick, we know how to do that. Let's do it. Oh, we got a contract for tanks? Let's go. Let's frickin' do it. And let's build tanks, and they're going to be amazing. Oh, station wagons? Frick it. Take your sedan. Add a back piece to it. Done. Sweet. Send it. You know what I mean? I love it, man. Like, dude, gotta get back to doing this. Like, don't take no for a frickin' answer. Hey, you make cars. Can you make vans too? Yeah, sure. Just take the car, put a van chassis on it. Done. Pad 34 has the Apollo 1 plaque on it. Yes, it does. I've touched it, Baron. Yeah, I've been there. Walked on 34. You know? Oh, we're making vans? Cool. Make a freaking post truck. Make a postal van. Oh, you want to go camping? Cool. Let's modify our pickup truck to have a camper special. Frick it. Let's take that same truck and put a freaking fence bed on it. Whatever. Frickin' send it, dude. Light duty trucks, heavy duty trucks, whatever. Make whatever. I mean, look at all this. This is great. Where's the hatch at? So the Barracuda would probably be the hatch, dude. They made notch and fastback Barracudas. That's the compact car, which is basically a mid-sized car for everybody else today. But Sig, the cool thing is that the Barracuda is an A-body, and the A-body is just a B-body that's shortened. It's just a shorter B-body. It's just the smaller ones. They said, "Oh, we want to make a compact car. Want to make a compact car? Cool. Take the B-body, make it smaller. Done. That's it. That's all. That's all you got to do." It's so freaking cool. That's so smart. Yeah, no computer. They did this all on the drawing board, man. Cool. You want to make a truck? You want to make the truck bigger? Good. Give it bigger axles and better suspension and a bigger motor. Make the same thing. I mean, Ford did that too, but like Mopar was cooking in the 60s. Dude, look at all this stuff. Did you make that image? No. This is a Chrysler advertisement from the 60s. Kind of hard to have this variation with modern monocoque design. Yeah, I know. It's stupid. Sig, I don't know, man. I firmly believe that now, I'm not saying that every car needs to be a big American boat, because those cars are freaking gigantic. I mean, the garage cam is going to take a second. Like, that car's a boat, dude. It's as big as a Formula 1 car. It's a freaking barge. You could land an airplane on the back of this thing, right? But also, like, not every single freaking car needs to be some Euro Touring monocoque nonsense. I hate that stuff. Like, it doesn't have to be like that. Now, why does every car have to go 8 minutes around the Nürburgring? That's stupid. Chrysler's business is to get you where you want to go, even if it's 238,000 miles straight up. I mean, the Saturn 1B can never send anything that far, but You get the idea. Some of the Chrysler Airport mobile lounge, and those things still exist. Dulles Airport in Washington, in Virginia, well, outside of Washington, D.C., still uses those. Yeah, it's cool. The airport mobile lounge, the passenger part can go up and down. It's a mobile jetway. You drive up to a plane, the thing goes up, attaches to the plane, you walk off, it goes back down, and they shuttle you back to the terminal. Oh, monocoque is just the body frame itself being one part. Oh, okay. So, Sig, we call that unibody. Unibody or frameless design. It's called unibody in the States. But yeah, I mean, I don't think we need to go back to body on frame cars. I mean, I'd like that, but because it's easy, it's cheaper to make those. A unibody requires a lot of R&D. A body on chassis does not. Anyway, but yeah, dude, we'll do a deep dive into Slick 37, Chrysler, and all this other good stuff for Space News. We got to get out into the shop, dudes. Die. Wow, that's crazy. Dude, they demoed the thing and it just fell right onto the pad. I'm almost wondering, like, did they remove the launch frame? Frame rail ears. Yeah, yes, ears. That's what they're called, Seacracken. Are most pickups body on frame in some SUVs? Yeah, Sig. Yeah, all pickups are. I mean, the only pickup that I know that it's a unibody is the Honda Ridgeline. But you know what's crazy, dude? In the early 60s, Ford made a unibody truck. In the early 60s, they made a unibody truck. Look. Like, you could just do things. Like, you know, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to be like, oh, the American cars are like crazy. Like, dude, they just did stuff. You know, Chevy in the early 60s made a Corvair. They made a Corvair with a flat six turbo. From the factory. Flat six turbo rear engine to compete with Porsche. You know, if you worked at Chevy nowadays and you proposed a rear engine, rear-wheel drive car to compete with Porsche, they'd look at you funny. Oh. But it was unsafe at any speed. Buck, I know I shouldn't hate Ralph Nader, but I kind of hate Ralph Nader. Yeah, I kind of hate him. I know I shouldn't. Like, he did make automobiles safer, but also there was a price for that. I'd say it's kind of fair to hate him. He was wrong about the Corvair. The Volkswagen Beetle is one of the best-selling vehicles of all time. Guess what? It has the same exact rear suspension as the Corvair. It does the same thing as a Corvair if you go too fast. Ugh. Did you see Destin's new video on manufacturing purely in America? He had trouble making molds for injection molding. Couldn't find anyone to make his molds within 100 miles of his town. Finally found some small garage-style shop to make it for him. Yeah, flanking. America's car market's so isolated, it developed gigantism. Sig, okay. It developed gigantism for a reason. In the 60s, there was a reason they made cars that way. Right? There was a reason because we have the space. We have a lot of space. You can spread out. The U.S. is huge. So it would see reason to build a bigger car that goes over that travels over a longer distance. That was the idea behind it. Right? That was the idea. It's not that we didn't make small cars. The Ford Falcon is one of the best-selling cars of all time, and the Pinto, and they're both tiny cars. But the demographics and the scale of the United States is just so much bigger, dude. Induced demand. What? are you talking about? Dude, you gotta, Sig, you gotta come here. You gotta come here and do like a cross-country road trip or something, man. You gotta see how big this country is. It'll make more sense why our pickup trucks are a lot bigger. It'll make way more sense. Chevy wouldn't crap on an unconventional layout. I have a mid-engine rear-wheel drive Chevy in my garage. I say Chrysler's more stuck in convention. That's not. I wasn't trying to make a point about brands, Nader. More, I mean, Ford and Dodge should be the same way. They're afraid of the risk of trying a new design, and their risk aversion is ridiculous because my shareholders and whatnot, like, they're not going to do anything new. Everything is going to be safe. Everything's going to be really conservative. I do applaud Chevy for having the stones to switch the Corvette to rear engine. That's super cool, and that's what Sora Duntov, the original engineer of the Corvette, wanted to do. He wanted to make the Corvette in the 70s. He wanted to make it a rear engine Wankel, a rear engine rotary, which is super cool, but GM nixed it for the same reasons. Ford doesn't even make cars anymore. They just make the Mustang, and they make Mustangs and trucks and vans, and that's it. They don't even make cars anymore. Like, what? And yes, I saw the Smarter Everyday video. Let me put it this way. Destin is way better at conveying his feelings on this with some decorum than I am. I really, you guys, you heard me this is a John Krause picture, by the way. You guys heard me a little bit earlier talk about, like, I said this yesterday on stream. Building stuff yourself and making it yourself is being independent. I like that. I think that's very nice. It's very nice being your own person, and just, if you need something, you do it. You just figure it out, right? Like, they don't make cars anymore, Beats, period. Ford doesn't make cars. First time ever. They don't make cars. They make, well, unless you count the Mustang. They make the Mustang, the F-Series, the Transit van, a couple of other types of truck, Super Duty, and that's about it. And a couple of crossover SUVs that nobody cares about. Cafe standards ruin the car market with the footprint clause. Now, that I agree with. That's right, Shogun. They were made for big comfort and travel, for traveling long distances. That's why they're bigger cars. Yeah. Trouble in Paradise? No, Jens, no. Make it yourself while ordering steel from China. I actually made sure that I sourced American steel for working on the Coronet. Yeah, it's Hobart steel, if you really want to know, that I'm using to patch. Yeah, all the tools that I'm using are all Chinese, because you can't find American tools anymore. At least not something that's for a good price. Hobart? I forget, Flankin. But anyway, I think the only thing that the U.S. is tooled to make right now is basically just textiles. I guess. I mean, Flykin, I did have some thoughts about that Smarter Everyday video from Destin. Guys, we wonder why something like SLS is so damn expensive. We wonder why it's so damn expensive. Like, what if so NASA has to source parts in the US. They cannot buy parts from overseas. They can't buy tooling from overseas. You can't buy anything from overseas because of ITAR. You can't, nothing. All the tools have to be made here. All the jigs and all the equipment has to be made here. All the stuff needs to be manufactured here. I can't help but think, dude, that might be the reason why everything in spaceflight is so damn expensive. For that exact same reason. Think about it. Now, SpaceX just doesn't seem to have this problem, right? Which tells me that there's still fab shops out there, and you could still do stuff like that. But you got to remember, SpaceX is using a lot of off-the-shelf components, like stainless. I'll give you an example. Stainless steel. The decision to go to stainless steel at Boca is actually really damn smart. It's smart for multiple reasons. Obviously, there's the engineering trade-offs of using stainless for your rocket design. But building a super heavy launch vehicle with stainless steel construction in South Texas is an extremely smart idea. Why? Because there's boatloads of pipe fitters and stainless people that work with stainless all the time from the oil and gas industry. That's probably why they can just source these crazy parts out of thin air, right? Not something you'd necessarily have at the Cape. I mean, can't see me get no argument from me. Justin said it very well. We went from sending our machines overseas for them to push buttons to get to us getting machines from overseas, and we're pushing the buttons. Flykin, I'm trying to be nice. I find that abhorrently, like, disgusting. Us giving up the ability to make stuff ourselves is gross. And if you're in the UK, you guys have the same problem. Where is there any cars that are made in the British Isles anymore? That's gross. Giving up the ability to do stuff yourself in the name of profit is disgusting. That is disgusting. A national security risk at best. Or at worst, right? You know, that's gross. There's still car plants over here? Are any of them owned by... Okay, Geeson, I have a stupid question. Are any of them owned by British companies? Yeah, Dons. Yeah, you guys got shafted over there in Australia. What Ford did in Geelong just pisses me off, dude. That makes me so ridiculously upset, dude. Not fully. That's what I mean, dude. Us losing the ability to do stuff ourselves is not... Destin's right. He's right. He's right. And it's not like... I'm not trying to beat the nationalistic drum like, oh, our stuff needs to be better than everybody else. Dude. You can't even... If you want to manufacture something in the United States, it's almost to the point where you can't, let alone being too expensive. He's right. It's to the point where you can't. You know, for the longest time, it was just like, oh, nobody manufactures here because it's too expensive. Nobody manufactures here because it's too expensive. No. We're at a point where you can't, which is, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. In fact, Toyota is moving production of cars for the U.S. market to the UK. Interesting. You know, our ability to make stuff is, dude... That is, like I said, that's a national, that's a, like, sovereignty thing. Not to get into Rule 8 too much, like, but I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like being dependent. That's not cool. You can't get the flower back in the bag or whatever idiom works. Sig, I think you can. You gotta want to, though. I think we're getting to the point where people want to. EJ, can I say what is happening with NASA is blatant international sabotage? Jens, I'm not sure how you came to that conclusion, but we're at a turning point, and that's all I'll say. A turning point to what? I don't know. It could be good, it could be bad. If you saw how much simple stuff I would order for the army overseas, you would fall over. Fish, who thought that was a good idea? Like, I mean, I kind of understand the context of the time. Like, after the Cold War, it's like, yeah, source our parts everywhere, you know, spread the market around. I get it. Like, I understand there's no need for huge capitalistic proxies everywhere, like Japan or Korea. Or Turkey, or you know, Western Europe. Like, there's no need for that. Like, there's no perceived need for that. But Like, I understand, I kind of get why they did it at the time, but it's a notoriously short-sighted decision. Oversee, like exporting overseas all the manufacturing. Like, why would you do that? It's such a stupid idea. My country does a lot of subsidies to have some degree of self-sufficiency. We have 600% tariffs on cheese products, so our dairy industry stands a chance. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, fish, for real. Yeah, can't see me. That's the truth, isn't it? You know what this makes me want to do? This makes me want to open a machine shop. I don't know how I do that, but open up a machine shop. Just yo, like even machines with hand tools, and then teach people how to use them, and just make freaking tools. Just make tool and die. Like, just do that. Also, the Bolts and Destins video were made in Massachusetts. Hell yeah. Like, see, Kraken, we should do that, man. We should do that. I don't know how I'd pull that off, but I'd want a co-op. Anybody that wants to learn machining, you know, we would have CNC and hand tooling to learn to get people to teach people the fundamentals of machining. Because, look, man, just because you know G code doesn't mean you know how to machine something. You know what I mean? I can run any machine in the shop. I just need a plane ticket. Dude, we got to do that. Didn't they used to do that in schools? Once upon a time, vocational activities were a big deal, Dons. My high school had an auto shop. It had an auto shop and a wood shop to teach people trades. In the wood shop, you learned how to frame. You learned how to do carpentry, like build a house. Like, we build our houses out of wood, so everything's made out of kiln-dried pine with the studs 16 inches on center, which is like, I think 35 centimeters between the studs, right? Dude, I remember framing. I remember learning how to frame, learning how to do framing carpentry in that. We had drafting classes where you learned architecture to learn how to do architectural plans to make the frames. Like, we had an auto class. That's where I learned how to change oil. That's where it started. High school auto shop, you know? I learned machining, electronic circuitry design, drafting, etc., by hand in engineering college. There's a shop near me that has welding bays, grinder rooms, a water jet, a broken mill, and a lathe, but they're fixing it in a complete wood shop, and it costs $5 to $10 a day to go to if you got a membership. We should do that. That's correct, Spoiled. They always said, oh, it's a dying industry. It's a dying industry. It's not worth it. You should go to college. Screw that. No, I reject that premise completely. I didn't like it at the time either. You know, my high school had all those vocational things, right? And then they got rid of all of them. They got rid of all of them. You guys want to hear something messed up? My high school has a wood shop. They closed everything else. Drafting, robotics, design tech, all that stuff. Well, not design and tech. That's still there. Like, they got rid of all that stuff. They got rid of auto shop. They got rid of machine. They got rid of metalwork. They got rid of all that. The wood shop is there, but the wood shop exists to make set pieces for the theater program. This isn't a slight at theater programs. Theater programs are cool. Not, don't get confused. Yeah, my aunt still works at my high school. See, Kraken? Yeah, so she tells me what's going on. It's just, oh dear. See what I mean, dudes? We should do that. That's a good idea. We should do that. Yeah, you learned how to build a shed in high school. So did I. Dude, that's what we did. We did framing to build a shed. Know any good places to buy torque converters? Having a hard time finding one for stock Ford C4. Methane Summit Racing. Summit Racing. That's a good place. Source old Bridgeports and crap. Co-op fixing them. Then start machining parts. My dad's a machinist, man. He's a machinist by trade. He probably knows people that can get that stuff, that could do that. We could probably source machines like it. How we get into space, though? I don't know. Be real, EJ. Theater class is the reason we lost all of our technical classes at school. You can't enjoy liberal arts unless you have an industry to back it up. Like that's a luxury, dude. You know? If you don't know how the damn electricity works in the damn theater, how's the theater gonna operate? Bigger shop GoFundMe. Are you working on welding the trunk pan in today? No, Dan, we're not welding the trunk pan in today. We got to finish frame rail tabs. Let's get out to the shop and do it. Sorry, guys. I was just thinking, you know. If you want a machine shop to build parts, start with 3D printers. Low cost entry into space. Well, can't see my dad is a machinist by trade, and he machined oil pumps for the F-22. He knows how to do it. So I'm way past 3D printers, dude. I want a Bridgeport. Give me a Bridgeport mill. We need a Bridgeport mill for the shop. Yeah. Actually, fun fact, he's machined oil pumps for the F-22 and the F-23. They use the same oil pump. Yeah, Jens, do you think I just liked planes? Like I just liked airplanes? Like that's how EJ got it likes aerospace so much because I just read a book about planes someday? No, man. Dad worked in the aerospace industry. He still does to an extent. I can't say what he does though. Not that he'd want you guys to know, but here's some survey bits for the first Bridgeport, dude. Sintessa, you went to high school in Australia in the mid-90s, learned how to cook, learned how to sew, basic wood and metal work, how to use a computer, how to play a musical instrument, English and science and maths. Yeah, me too, man. Yeah, when I went to high school just a little ways after you in the early 2000s, dude, yeah, there was everything. You could do everything. Music classes were mandatory until high school. You had to learn, like, to pass 8th grade, which is middle school. So how it's done in Massachusetts, we have kindergarten through fifth grade in elementary school. So that's like I don't know if you guys call it that, primary school, like I'm not sure what you call it. And then we had 6, 7, and 8 in middle school, and then 7, 8, 9 no, not 7, 9, 10, 11, and 12 in high school. And in order to get to 9th grade, you had to pass music class. You had to pass music theory. It was mandatory. You had to take it. You had to take a language. You had to pass design and tech. You had to pass woodworking. You could not. They would not let you go to 9th grade if you did not pass that. Yeah, home ec is what we called it. Home economics. You had to learn to cook. You had to learn to sew. I know how to sew things. I probably am bad at it nowadays, but yeah. You have primary and high school. Yeah, I got you. Kyron, so Brimo's family's from Detroit, and your dad did aerospace hardware in Mass. Any extended family involved in civil engineering? Kyron, my uncle is a general contractor on the Big Dig. No, he didn't work for Bechtel. He was a contractor. Just in case anybody's wondering. There you go, Force. Dude, we got to do this. Destin's right, man. We got to do it. I don't know how where we're gonna get the money to start a small machine shop, but we should. So it's 6 and 6 instead of 3 and 4s. Yeah, I got you, dude. I got you. Every time you mention your uncle in the Big Dig, you point out he didn't work for Bechtel. Yeah, because he gets stuff done, man. Get an injection molding machine just cuz. Does your city have a makerspace? Actually, Boston is still pretty damn industrialized, guys. Like, once again, if you watch Destin Smarter Everyday 308, the bolts were made in Massachusetts. Stainless bolts made here. There's a huge aerospace presence in around New England. You wouldn't think, but GE manufactures jet engines and helicopter engines here. Yeah. There's a huge aerospace presence. Heck, SpaceX sources parts out of here sometimes. I can't say who, where, what, or when, but they do. It's not just manufacturing that's gone overseas, it's the whole product management. If you want to make a glass bottle in China, the factory wants to make the bottle, the label, and the cap. If you want to make the same bottle, label and cap from 3 different factories, and they want nothing to do with any other step. That's it, Geeson. And that's what I mean about wanting to do it. You saw that Chrysler advertisement that I was showing, man. You saw that Chrysler... Dude, make a car... Okay, we want to make a car with 4 doors? Take the 2-door car and put 4 doors on it. Call it a day. They wanted to do it. Oh, we're going to build a rocket? Screw it. Let's build a rocket. It's going to be better than everybody else's. Let's build a tank. Frick it. Build it because we freaking can. Like, you just don't get that kind of thinking nowadays, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to soapbox you guys, but that's really wearing on me, doing that whole machine shop thing. How's Mass Shipyards doing? You don't have any shipyards, dude. They're all gone. They're all gone. They're luxury apartments. Every single one of them. Drives me up the damn wall, dude. The closest shipyard is Portsmouth, New Hampshire, where the Navy does things with submarines. It's a submarine R&D research facility, from what I understand. And then there's Bath Iron Works in Maine, which makes Arleigh Burks. We have no shipyards. All the shipyards are gone. But we do have Mass Maritime, which is pretty cool. Mass Maritime Academy is there. It's right by the Bourne Bridge. It's actually not far from me. So if you want to learn how to pilot a ship, Mass Maritime is probably one of the best in the world. One of the best best maritime academies around. Captain Phillips from Look at Me, I'm the Captain Now. He's a Mass Maritime guy. So we had shipyards in Hingham, right here. The Hingham shipyard is there. It's luxury apartments. You can still see where the slipways were. The Hingham shipyard could build, in World War II, it was cranking out a destroyer every week. Not only U.S. designs. Take a look at some of the roads here around the Hingham shipyards for these luxury apartments. HMS Halstead, HMS Whitaker. They made ships for the Royal Navy. They made English designs for the Royal Navy. The Hingham shipyards could crank out a destroyer like every week, dude. It's pretty crazy. And now it's luxury apartments or something. Look at all the slipways, dude. They could build like, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You could build 8 ships at once. And then outfitting was right here. It's now just a regular port, but now it's luxury apartments and shopping center. Okay. And then the other shipyard would be over here, the Four River Shipyard. Four River Shipyard at one point was making aircraft carriers. Some really high-profile ships from the U.S. Navy were built here. USS Nevada was made here. USS Lexington was made here. CV-16, the one that's in Corpus Christi, it's near Boca Chica, that was made here. USS Salem, which is still there. It's the only heavy cruiser left in existence. If you're a World of Warships fan, that is the only place in the world where you can see U.S.-made triple barrel 8-inch self-loaders. Those are the only ones left. Everything else is gone. It's not a battleship, Flykin. It's a heavy cruiser. Salem is a heavy cruiser. It's the last of the Baltimore class styled ships. Four River Shipyard built all kinds of cool stuff. They built some of the U.S.'s first aircraft carriers here. That's gone. What else? There is the former South Boston Naval Annex, which the Navy still uses that dry dock right there. That's the only thing they use. This entire thing right here used to be a gigantic Navy shipyard, an outfitting area. Yeah. That's one of the biggest dry docks on the East Coast. That's why the Navy still has it. I forget, Flankin. And then there was the Charlestown Navy Yard, one of the oldest shipyards in the world. Actually, probably in the country. Charlestown Navy Yard, that went belly up in the 70s because Nixon didn't like Kennedy. The Cassin is still here. Cassin Young, it's one of 4 Fletcher-class destroyers left in existence. And then there's the oldest commissioned Navy ship in the world, the USS Constitution right there. The USS Constitution fought against the British in the War of 1812. It sank the HMS Gutierrez. Stalling working on the car? No. I'm just really thinking about that whole machine shop idea. We should do that. Let's work on the car. We'll do a deep dive into Slick 37 later. Sorry that took so long. We've been going for an hour. Machine shop idea. Hellfish. I watched, here, I'll go into the shop and explain it, dude. Let's go. Procrastinating. No. I mean, maybe a little, but shh. Majority of World War II submarines came from Manitowoc. Manitowoc, yeah. Cool, man. Everything is sabotage. No, it's not sabotage, dude. It's just changing economic environments, dude. But I would argue that, like aerospace, it's quintessential to be able to maintain, to be able to control and independently control your own means to for your production, right? Like, if we can't make a pencil in this damn country, like, where are we at? Can't make a friggin' pencil. Pencils are made overseas. Sneakers are made overseas. Clothes. Like, can't do that. Like, it's basic needs, right? Like, if I want to go buy a bucket that was made in this country, you're not finding that. But anyway, Hellfish, my idea was to open up a machine shop and have the machine shop kind of be a co-op to teach people machining, hand machining stuff, but also have CNC machines, you know? Who uses pencils? That's not the point of what I'm trying to say, man. Like a makerspace on steroids. It's a contracted machine shop, dude, but You have old school hand tooling machining. I don't think we should ever, ever, ever lose the technical industrial base for doing like tool and die, hand machining, injection molds, like that. Yeah, dude. So I'm talking about having a contract machine shop, right? Having a contract machine shop and having hand tools, and anybody that works there isn't just going to learn how to operate friggin' G code. You're going to learn how to hand machine things on a Bridgeport and then move to the CNC machine. Inheritance Machining did a test and found for a one-off part, it's still faster to do it by hand on the mill. That's what spurred this conversation, LM. Yeah. +1, manual machining should not go away. That's right, dude. In fact, can't see me now that I'm thinking about it, dude. Get the drafting table out. Learn how to draft things. I don't give a frick if the computer works or not, dude. If the computer doesn't work, then you're not gonna be able to make parts. Right? I want drafting tables, hand machines, but also have CNC machines and stuff, you know? Like you should prototype on the hand with the hand tooling and then build it on the CNC machine. Oh, that's good, Dons. Well, that's what I mean, dude. You guys should be able to fend for yourself, man. I mean, Dons, people are short to remember freaking history. Australia almost got cut off. If the Japanese had taken Port Moresby in World War II, you guys would have been screwed. Like, totally screwed. Because you didn't have the industrial base. I mean, the U.S. helped you build it up after that as a proxy, right? Like, and I'm not saying you've been sailing on that since, right? Like, that's not what I'm trying to get at. But, like, people forget history real quick, man. Guess what? A CSC programmers did when CrowdStrike kicked the bucket for a few days. We made parts on the mills. Upah fought in Milling Bay. Brisbane Line was a real thing. For sure, man. People, like, I don't understand. People are very short to forget their history, dude. You guys, I mean, the U.S. has the benefit of having two huge oceans between us and anybody else. You guys don't have that luxury. Freaking Northern Australia should look like a freaking Atlantic wall. Not because there's any enemies out there. I mean, there might be, but just because. Right? Like, you never know. Don't take the chance. Why would you take the chance? You lost me at drafting tables. Software saves so much time, but sketches are still definitely a thing. So can't see me... Look. Okay, here, let me explain. I'll explain while we go out to the shop, dudes. Stand by for loss of signal from the office, as expected. Jim, 86-month resub, thank you. Double alert. Double alerter. What does it mean? I'll be right back. Okay. Are we coming in here? Hello? A little bit of a delay. This camera's really choppy. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, Don's for sure. Absolutely. Desync and choppy. All right, let me give it a quick restart. I'll be I missed EJ already. Well, I'm back. There we go. Much better. Cool. Ramalot, what do you got? EJ, I have a question. What if NASA brings back the shuttle and they use the shuttle as the moonliner? How will that work and how would they get it to the moon and back? The shuttle was never designed to go beyond low Earth orbit. It was never designed to go beyond low Earth orbit, dude. What the shuttle was designed to do is build transfer vehicles in low Earth orbit and then send them to the moon. If the shuttle is launching once a week, the idea is that just a regular shuttle mission would carry a transfer stage or a crew tank or a moon lander. And the shuttle, with its robotic arms, could just assemble the stuff together. We saw it demonstrate this capability in the 90s during STS-88 when they mated the Unity module with PMA-1 to a Russian functional cargo block, Zarya. The shuttle could build things in space. It was really good at it. The shuttle had the provisions to be able to carry 2 robotic arms. So the shuttle could go, like, there could be a transfer stage, right? There could be a transfer stage sitting up in space, right? The shuttle could grab it, like how the shuttle could grab Hubble, right? Set the thing on a pedestal in the payload bay and use another arm to grab a payload out of the payload bay and join the damn thing together. So a crew tank and a transfer module. And then, you leave that up there, and then another shuttle could come up the week after with a lunar lander, pull it out of the payload bay and attach it. So the shuttle could grab the transfer vehicle on orbit, pull the lander out, and attach the thing together. Not a lot of people know that the space shuttle could use 2 robotic arms. It could carry 2 arms on each side of the payload bay. There are provisions and control systems on the shuttle's aft panel on the flight deck to be able to switch between port and starboard robotic arms. But anyway. Yes, Sintesi, that's the point that I'm trying to make. How does anybody in your government not understand that is beyond me, but that's Rule 8 stuff, and I'm not getting into it. Anyway, can't see me. You talked about, I lost you at drafting tables. Okay, so the reason why I would want people to learn how to draft a part on paper and make a blueprint is because when you're going about engineering things, if you have to draft it on the table, you're thinking about designing it in a completely different way than the computer. Believe me, I've done drafting, I've drafted parts, I did it in high school, and I know CAD systems. The mentality for drawing something out and drawing a part out is completely different than using a CAD system. It's a completely different workflow. Right? Completely different. I would want to teach people drawing and drafting on tables for parts to understand that workflow, because it gets people to think about manufacturing parts in a completely different way than the CAD system. That's why I've drafted things. I've made plans for albeit for houses. And I have a degree in computer animation. I know how to use CAD. The methods and the workflows are completely different. Now, with that all being said, like this car, for instance, this was engineered on a drafting table. Is it a bad design? No, it's not. Does that mean that Chrysler wasn't using computers in the 1960s for stuff? No, of course they were. They were using Scantron sheets to make build sheets and sequence order numbers, and using computers for different types of permutations of cars, so you can make cars with a bunch of trim, with a bunch of different trim levels. You can make the most amount of cars with the least amount of design. Smart, very smart. Why? Why did they engineer that way? Well, very simple.
Drafting stuff takes time. Design took time, right? So they were using computers, but their design is bottlenecked from drafting. Now, a lot of people look at that as a bad thing, right? You look at that as a bad thing. Oh, the design is a bottleneck. That's no good. No, no, no. That makes you really think about the design. You really have to cover all your bases with the design. Because if you draft something out and it's wrong, you're going to have to do it again. That's what I mean about a different mentality. You're really drafting parts out and designing parts on a drafting table really changes the way you think about stuff. Because the workflow involved there, i.e. not having an undo button, right, forces you to cover all your bases. It forces you to think more about what you need to design and why. It helps make the stakeholder expectations about whatever you're making come into focus a lot easier. And I will die on this hill. It's absolutely true. Nobody wants to sit there erasing a bad design, right? That type of mentality is why we got cars like this. You know, people say they don't build them like they used to. Well, I think that's part of the reason. Well, they don't build them like they used to. Every car nowadays is designed on a computer and wholly on a computer. And it was designed by people on a computer that do not know anything about working on cars. Because it's just make this part as light as possible, make the least amount of machining in the G code. What is the, you know, if this part is billet, what's the least amount of machining we need to make the most amount of part? We need to shoehorn more parts in there. We got to get everything in there. Everything needs to be, able to be kind of flowed together, and, we need to do it for the least amount of money. That's how CAD forces you to think when you're designing. And you might not cover all your bases. How many cars have recalls? I mean, don't get me wrong, cars in the 60s had recalls too. But the point is that, learning how to use G-code. So guys, G-code is the back end, it's the software for operating a CNC machine. And we need that model by end of day. Worse, designers have never actually used the machines that make the parts by design. Bingo. That's why I would be, if we have this proverbial, that's why I'm not procrastinating, I swear. I want to get this done, and we will. That's why anybody that, if we have this proverbial machine shop, anybody that works there, you have to learn this. I will pay you to learn this. To machine stuff, so you become a better machinist. So when you get to that CNC machine, you know how to use it. Like I said, Chrysler in the 1960s, they weren't not using computers. They were using computers. But those engineers from from Chrysler, from Ford, from the Apollo era, from the late 60s into the early 70s, started with drafting things and then moved into computerized manufacturing in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And we kind of hit a really nice sweet spot in the 80s and the 90s, where a good balance between computerized control and still doing stuff by hand. And that's why my truck from the 90s, for instance, is a tank, because it still can trace its roots back to the times where stuff was drawn out. But a lot of the stuff, there's a lot of computerized components on it too. It has a computer on board for controlling your fuel delivery, right? It's a good hybrid, right? And I think if we get back to that style of manufacturing, where people start with, drafting and work their way up, they kind of level up that skill into full-on G-code machining, you have that perspective. And people are thinking about building a part that's going to last, rather than building a part that's going to cost you the least amount of money. Does that make sense, dude? That's why I would have drafting tables. I've done both of those things. Drafting out stuff and drawing it out forces you to think a different way. And in forcing you to think a different way, you're going to inadvertently build something that lasts. That's the world now. Money is everything. No, Wolfie, I reject that premise. And, I reject that, and I believe in capitalism. Right? I really do. I'm not suggesting any other means of economic system, right? Like, we're not going workers and resources here, man. Face the wall. I don't want that. I just think you can make money and you can also make a good product. Like, it doesn't need to be one or the other. Case in point. There was a time where it wasn't like this. You could make a good thing that's really inexpensive and really well made. It's not mutually exclusive, and people that think that it is are off their rocker. Not sure what that's worth from Nevada, but we'll see. All right, man. That's a good idea. You know, my dad's getting to the point where he's going to retire soon, so he'll have free time. He'll have free time. It's a good idea. Does my dad have machines? No, but he knows people that do. I always left the back right corner of or the front left corner of the garage, because the door's over there. That's the front. I always left that corner open. I just have my engine crane and stuff over there. But I left that corner open because it's close to the circuit box. The breaker box is over there. I always left that corner of the garage open in anticipation of putting a machine there, a lathe or whatever, or a mill. Does your shop have 220? It can, yeah. Coltech, I have a double breaker on the box. The main breaker is a double breaker. We could, yeah, it's not wired for it right now, but you could, yes, you can get 220 out here. It would be only 220 at 50 amp, but you could do it. Machine should not be near the doors where blowing dust and dirt gets to it easily. Yeah, good point. All right. Anyway. Dudes, all right, let's pick up where we last left off. That's a good idea. I'm going to ask my dad about that, because he would know where to start. I think the thing is that people used to have pride in their work. Nowadays, it's just a job. Yeah, Shogun, I know. So the solution there is don't have a board. Just because you're a company doesn't mean you have to have a board. Like, that's a template. You don't need to do it that way. You can do a company any way you frickin' want to. I mean, Martin, yeah, no shareholders. The way Elon runs SpaceX. SpaceX does have a board of directors, right? To be very clear. But SpaceX is entirely privately owned, and Elon owns 40+%. He's controlling shareholder in SpaceX. That's his company. It's his baby. The rest of the 58% there is owned by workers at the company and venture capitalist investment, VC investment. If you get a little manual lathe, I suggest a turret lathe. Fastest parts I ever made was on a turret lathe. Syntesi, the interesting thing, you're saying people used to have pride in their work. Nowadays, it's just a job for most people. Yeah, that's fair. That's totally fair. I mean, I think we just don't hear about the people that put pride in their work because they just make something that works and you never hear about it. But I do believe that we are at a point where people want to go back to that. Especially, you know, guys that are around my age. We grew up with computers all of our lives. We don't want to do, like, I don't know about you guys, like, and I'm not trying to say that I'm not going to stop streaming or anything. Like, the computer world is all fine and dandy, and I love it. And that's, you know, video games and software and all that, and CAD systems. That's cool, man. I like that stuff. But I think people around my age if I got my finger on the pulse correctly, and then even probably down to about like 10 years younger than me, I think we want to get back to that point. I think people want to just have a job that they can go in and do good work, and you can see material results. Like, that's why I like doing this stuff here as opposed to doing this on a computer, because I can see the results. The results are right there. You can touch it. You can touch it. You could, you know, on the computer, it's just there. Like, it's on your hard drive, and that's cool. But I really think that people are done with just this bottom dollar nonsense, you know? I think people want to go back to making an honest buck and making something that, you know, that lasts, you know? Cutting Edge Engineering is a boss. Scope that out if you haven't yet. Yeah. I love my work. I hate the work environment these days. Yeah, you do? Effort produces measurable results that you can feel. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, if you're an architect, and I'm not saying that, you know, this isn't like to say that you shouldn't have an architect like on a construction project, right? And a civil engineer signing off on the project as well, right? I'm not saying don't do that. But if you're an architect and you draft out on the computer, you draft out the plans for the building that you're making, well, that's all fine and dandy. But there's looking at the plans on the computer and then go seeing the building after it's built. You know what I mean? It hits different, you know? What, live streaming is not an honest buck? Is that what you really got out of that, you dope? Yeah, guys, this conversation really got the gears turning up here. Can't ask a person at a hardware store for advice anymore, or even which product is a good one. Yeah, I mean, Syntesi, that's why I don't. There's a lot of, in this part of the country, there's, in my state, particularly this part of my state, there's still a lot of independent hardware stores. That's not like a Home Depot or a Lowe's or like a franchise store. I go to those stores. Like, there's a hardware store down the street where I get a lot of my hardware from, you know? I'd rather go there than go to Home Depot or Lowe's or, like I said, any type of like name brand store. I'd rather go there. Because I went into a franchise hardware store the other day looking for a welding spoon, and they looked at me funny. They go, "What? Huh?" And then all I got is, "Oh yeah, all of our welding supplies are over there. Thanks." Like, okay. We still have privately owned hardware stores, David. Yeah, just a regular hardware store. We still have regular auto parts stores down here in this part of the state too, which is crazy. Like independent automotive part stores, like not a Napa, not an AutoZone, not an Advance, not an O'Reilly's. Hi, I'd like some wiper blades for your car. Oh yeah, what motor's in it? Yeah, it's just... There you go, WD-40. Hell yeah. Yeah, I like supporting the local guys because they know what they're talking about. It's good stuff, man. Remember this, guys, the machine shop idea. I'm going to get to work, but remember this. Check this out. Look at that. Look at that. Would you just look at it? Yeah, sorry. Took me a second to get going today. But I like talking to you guys before we do work. It gives people a second to trickle in and stuff. That's pretty good, dudes. There ain't much rust left in this picture. Now, keep in mind, that's just mocked up. We still have a lot more work to do. But yeah, sexy work. Thanks, X-Wing. But I put all the parts and did kind of a fitment test at the end of the stream, at the end of the auto stream yesterday. I am very happy with what I see here. That looks real good, and more importantly, it looks right. This is how it should be. I mean, we still gotta, doing the quarter panels and stuff is gonna be, yeah. We're probably gonna have to wait on doing the trunk extensions and the crossmember extensions until we get quarters. But that doesn't mean that we still don't have a lot of work to do. I'm really not going to burn this trunk pan in until I'm absolutely 100% sure that it's in the right spot. The reason why is the trunk pan here in this type of car is not just there for putting stuff in. The trunk pan, there's a lot of stuff here that, because once again, this car is a unibody design. The structure for the car is built into all of this. Every bit of sheet metal in this car, every panel carries load from the chassis in some way, shape, or form for structure to keep the thing rigid. The reason why is because unibodies are made out of only sheet metal. It's easier to manufacture it. Okay? That trunk pan has to be dead center and dead flat on those frame rails, or else when the car goes around a corner, right? When we go around a corner, this will not flex correctly and the car will handle like dog crap. So it's really important. That's why I took so long to get that leaf spring perch that's under, I mean, it's under there. I got to get at it. That's why I took so long. Like I took 3 episodes building out that area and redoing that area to make sure that that leaf spring perch is in the exact right spot. It is very important, especially for the pan. The pan, in this particular regard, helps keep the frame rails nice and strong. The 2 structural components that are under here, it helps keep them nice and strong. That's very important. It's basically a strut that connects them together. That has to be perfect. It has to be dead center and it has to be lying completely flat on the rails. So, with all that being said, let's undo our mock-up. Let's start taking, we'll take the trunk extensions out. Let's start taking this apart and let's get down to business. But yeah, that's what it's going to look like. And to be honest with you, when I did this fitment test yesterday, guys, this a lot of the frame rail did end up pretty much in the right spot, or a lot of the trunk pan. It's pretty close to being right. Yeah, it's pretty close. Over here on this side, on the right-hand frame rail, it's actually pretty damn flush. It's pretty damn flush to the mount. Like, this is all pretty damn good over here. That's because it's still the stock frame rail, and this frame rail didn't need nearly as much modification as that one, right? But we're all pretty much nice and square on the rail over here. It's over there that didn't come in exactly right. So this trunk pan is almost in the right spot. It's close, but it's not exact. So, that all being said, we're going to be doing this a lot in the future here. Hang on, dudes. I got to make sure I don't knock over the camera. I had a bad experience once. Ugh. Okay. It's not the first or the last time that thing is going to be in and out of the car. We're going to need to do a ton of mock-up to make sure that this is right. But big tasks for today. The big thing that we got to do is we got to, if you notice, there's a little bit of structure missing there. We have to rebuild that structure all the way back to the rear cross member. Now the rear cross member is clamped in position, But once again, just like I was saying, every other part of the car, this is a major structural component. That holds your frame rails true, keeps them nice and straight. Now, I have my temporary bracing in there to hold that in place, and that's what's been keeping the frame rails true while we've been doing all the work on them. Once we get this back in there, we can cut the bracing out. But there's still parts of the frame that we need to fix over here and over there. What I want to get done today is this piece right here, and then we need some small modifications on the ends of the frame rail over here. That's what we need to finish. So let me undo the rear cross member, and let's get to it. I've been using just regular old clamps to hold all this in place. Does the gas tank go between the frame rails? Yes. Yeah. See, Kraken, I don't know if you can see up there. It's a little bit dark, but right there where those three kind of, see that? That's the hose clamps for the end of the fuel line. So the gas tank goes here. The sender unit is basically right here where my hand is, and then that's the fuel line right there. Fuel line and the vent line as well. Yeah, you need the vent line or else your tank will implode when you're driving down the road. I have the vent line and everything. I managed to salvage it from the original trunk, and it's still in good condition. It looks tight. Yeah, it looks tidy. Sexy word. Thank you. Thank you. That is deceptively large. May, this is a gigantic trunk. There's tons of space in here. But like I said, the engineering behind this is that the U.S., you know, and if you think about it in the 1960s, the U.S. has a gigantic highway system that's being built across the entire country. So, you know, you have completely decentralized independent travel. And in the 1960s, there was still a long way. I mean, nowadays it's way more built up, right? But there are times where you're going to be driving down the road, you're not going to get a gas station for 200-300 miles. So they built this with the expectation that you'd be traveling longer distances. That's why these cars ended up being so big. And fuel obviously wasn't a problem. Fuel wasn't expensive. So it was purely designed for purpose. It's not like they looked at it and said, man, that's really inefficient. Screw that. That doesn't matter. Whatever. No, it was built for purpose, for traveling over long distances. So the idea was that with this car, you'd need a lot of stuff back here, like a full-size spare tire. And don't get me wrong, the full-size spare probably took up a lot of space in here. But the cool thing is, just on a side note, is we managed to salvage the spare tire rack. And it goes on the trunk pan right here, which is actually pretty cool. I managed to salvage it, and the frame rail flanges are, not frame rail, the flanges on this are all screwed up. We're going to have to weld new ones in. We'll make new tabs, weld this all in, clean this part up, make it look nice. Like the bottom is kind of shot, but we'll put all new flanges on here, drill the holes, and we'll plug weld it to the trunk pan when we get to that point. So we'll have the provisions for a full-size spare, baby. Full-size spare, baby. You can fit dead bodies in there easily. Hey, violence is wrong. But yes. It vents into the trunk. XJ, yes and no. The vent line goes through the top of the trunk pan, goes up against the wheelhouse. I'll show you. I have the vent line over here. The vent line does go into the car, interestingly enough. So it would be oriented this way in the car. This is the vent line coming out of the sender unit, and then it goes through a grommet that would be on in the trunk pan. So like the top of the trunk pan is right here, and then this would run on the surface of the trunk pan. The trunk pan would be right here. Your wheel is right here, and then it kind of bends up and over, and the wheelhouse would be right here, and then it goes back down through the pan. The idea is that you have a high point in your fueling system, and that's where the air will go out. That's what they did. That was the idea. So this point right here is the highest point in any in your pressurized fuel system. Well, your fuel system, let's say. This point is higher than the carburetor at the front of the car. Because of this, all the air will naturally go to the highest point because gasoline vapors rise, right? So this will simultaneously, if you're draining fuel, this will suck in air into the gas tank. And when you fill it up, it'll push air out instead of pushing air bubbles down your fuel line. It's just, yeah, Archimedes principle. That's why this is here. It's smart. It's a really smart idea, but it does, the vent line goes up. I mean, you can tell which part was inside the car, the part that isn't rusty. And like, if you look at the difference right there, you could see what part of the vent line was outside of the car and what part of the vent line was inside of the car. Yeah, it goes through the not the firewall, it goes through the pan, but it doesn't vent like directly into the cabin. This is just there because of Archimedes' principle. It's tucked away, like, I didn't know what the hell it was when we went to pull it out of the trunk, and then I figured it out. I'm like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. But yeah, my vent line is over there. I keep it over here on the 3D printer because, yeah, I keep it with delicate things because I don't want to kink that thing. That would really suck trying to make another one of those. You found something in Rutland, Kansas-me. Interesting. Rutland is not near me. Hey, Dazarn. Dude, long time no see, man. How are you? Man, how's things? Haven't seen you in a couple of years, dude. How's things? Everything good? Or at least I haven't talked to you. Is it possible to treat all that rust? I'll clean up that line. Don't worry about it. Yeah, we'll clean it up. We'll paint it, make it look nice. Okay, let's go, dudes. So, I think we'll start over here today. We've been working a lot on the driver's side. Let's work on the passenger side today. I'm good, busy working. Good to see you. Yeah, likewise, man. So, Daz, if it's been a while, I mean, I'm not sure how long you've been out and about, but I'm glad you're working, dude. That's good. I swapped out the SPH for the actual shop, if you remember from the Kerbal times. I have my shop. This is in my backyard, so that's kind of cool. So we have a high bay in real life, and we're working on cars in here. I can tell this car is really old because it has sheet springs. Oh, leaf springs? Yeah. You call them sheet springs. That's interesting. We call them leaf springs. I don't know why they're called leaf springs. But yeah. I mean, actually, you know what's cool, Jens? These cars, these old Chryslers are so sought after, dude. And there's such a big aftermarket for them that you can buy modern suspension. Somebody engineered modern suspension for the back of the car. Like modern rear suspension, not leaf springs. You could put a 4-link with coilovers in here, which is like, Jens, that's something that you'd see like on a BMW. Maybe not. Yeah, BMW hasn't had a live axle for a little while. Older BMWs, like a E36 or something. No, E36 was independent rear as well. Now I'm wondering if someone makes an independent rear suspension kit for this. Are you going to make your own model rockets in the garage? Got to get some machine tools first, but yeah. Breaking news from Boston Logan. What do we got? Whoops. Plane veered off the runway. Everybody's okay though. Well, that's good. That's good. All right. So Ollie, yeah, I would. I want to. We'll do high-powered rocketry in here. Yeah, we will. We will at some point. I have to get the proper licenses for it and stuff, right? But we will. And my first priority, though, is to not have lawn art. Like a car that doesn't run, a car that doesn't drive. This is the last one, believe it or not. If we get, I mean, the Coronet does run, arguably, but every single one of my cars running and driving past it with an MOT. I mean, it's not an MOT, it's called state inspection here, but yeah, every single one of them except for this one. That's the last one. I want to finish all my project cars first. License, what are you talking about? You live in the land of the free. Ollie, to be honest with you, you know there's 50 states. Every state has its own rules about driving. In Massachusetts, dude, our driving rules are very similar to the UK. We have MOT. You have to pass yearly inspection. If you don't, you can't drive. So, yeah, that's very different than like Texas. Texas, they're just like, Michigan, they're just, what do you mean it doesn't have a tire? Can it drive down the road? All right, go. They inspect a car, two-slider. The state inspection is the car. Yeah, so we have 50 different, there are federal rules. Like there's like the overarching rules for driving, right? But every state has its own registry of motor vehicles and different rules about, like, some states have state inspection, others don't. In some states, you can drive at a younger age than others. We in Germany, NBOS, TÜV. Xerax, we're not at TÜV. Our vehicle inspection is not TÜV, but it's not nothing either. It's kind of like England. MOT would probably be the right thing. When you get your car inspected, they're going to look over everything. They're going to make sure all your ball joints are right, make sure all your suspension is not jacked, right? They're going to make sure there's no visible rust. So it's going to be a while before we get this thing all up. If it's a newer car, they'll check emissions, stuff like that. Yeah, they'll check to see if it's thrown any check engine codes recently. Yeah. They'll check all your suspension, they'll make sure the brakes are working, they'll make sure all your lights work. Your reverse lights have to work, your license plates need to be illuminated. You need to have functioning brakes, you need to have functioning directionals, your headlights need to work, low beams and high beams. Front directionals need to work, front running lights need to work. And I think that's it. No way, New England has similar rules to England? I mean, when you say it like that, Rhino, yeah, okay. Anyway, oh, I gotta take the ring off. Be right back. I'm gonna put it in the SE to aux box. Yeah, when you say it like that, dude, yeah. I mean, the interesting thing is that that's Massachusetts, dude. Massachusetts has similar rules to England. New Hampshire does not. Maine, I don't even know if Maine has any rules. They just give you your license and you register a car and go on your way. In Europe, in some Balkan countries, inspection costs only $50. It's $30 here, Gingery. $30 per car. When you have freaking 5 cars. It's expensive to operate this fleet, but they're useful. I mean, I use all my cars, so. Maine has yearly inspection too? Oh, there you go. Maine, don't hit people. That's the test. Yeah, there you go. Do you need all the side windows? Asking for a friend. Do I need all the side windows? Actually, I don't think so. I don't think you need windows. The only thing you need is a windshield. I don't think you need any other windows for the car to pass inspection. You don't need side windows. You definitely don't need a rear one. You just need a windshield, and the windshield can't be tinted. if your windshield is tinted too much, Massachusetts considers that a driving obstruction, and the car will not, it's not legal. $50 in the inspector's pocket. I mean, Gingery, I have my thoughts about state inspection. I'm pretty sure the state just uses it as an excuse to rake money at this point. But to be 100% honest, the flip side of that, our road design is caca. I am very happy that road inspection exists because that means all the cars on the road have brakes. And I would not, like this car, I wouldn't drive this down the highway unless I was absolutely sure that the brakes work. Like, that's just asking to die. Because, dude, you'll be driving down the highway and somebody that doesn't know the area pretty well, like an exit, their exit will come up on the highway and they'll step on their brakes and turn from the left lane. It happens all the time. Like, people that don't know the area, people that aren't paying attention, they'll just, whoop. Oh, there's my exit. Whoop. You know, people just, for some reason, they're on autopilot, they're on their phone or something, they're driving in the left lane, they'll just step on their brakes. They're not brake tapping you, they'll just step on their brakes. And then they'll just sit there in the left lane and just keep stepping on the brakes until it causes a traffic jam. So, yeah, dude, like, this isn't like live free or die stuff like New Hampshire. Like, I'm not driving on the road if I even have any inkling that the car's brakes don't work. Not a chance, dude. You are asking to get killed. Yeah, Gingery, and it's stupid. Do I mean this? Yep, this is what, yep.
How much signal I need to cut across 8 lanes? None? I turn now. Good luck, everybody else.
Now, see, that's not realistic though, Creation. Good luck, everybody else? No, the person isn't thinking about you. They're just thinking about getting to their exit. Good luck, everybody else. No, that's not realistic. Inspection in Germany costs 150 euros. Car basically needs to be in the condition it came out of the factory to pass. See, Akimi, and I'm gonna talk and work. You know, like, I understand TUV. I get it. It is kind of ridiculous, but also you have roads with no speed limits. Like, there's the Autobahns. Like, dude, you throw a wheel going like 150 miles an hour down the highway, you're not just endangering yourself, you are endangering people around you. So I kind of understand the stringent vehicle inspection. Like, I kind of get it. That kind of makes sense to me. You know? But, yeah, I don't know. All right, let's get to work, dudes. There's a joke about taxi drivers in Athens, Greece. They say they drive with their heart, not with their eyes. Some of that applies to Boston and general drivers. Well, our road design is terrible, dude. It's just bad. It's a half-completed design. Like, I've talked about this many times when we play cities and stuff. Also, quick side note, dude. Somebody floated to me the idea of playing Cities 1 again, and you know what, man? I'm not, it's not a bad idea. I wonder if people would care. Like, you think that would take off? Who knows? Maybe we should. Maybe we should reject modernity and embrace tradition. It's kind of been the MO for this stream. Did they ever fix Cities 2? No. So, XJ, if Cities 2, if we're making an analogy about Cities 2, say that Cities 2 represents a bridge across a river. The bridge was made, it's a pretty damn good design, but there's cracks in the footings. There's cracks in the footings. What you really need to do is dismantle it, or at least figure out a way to temporarily brace the bridge and redo the footings for said bridge. All the patches that we've seen for cities is not doing that. It's repaving the road surface on the bridge in this analogy. Does that make sense? Oh, look, we repaved the road. The bridge is a lot nicer. No, the foundation's still cracked. Yeah, but we repaved it. That's Cities 2 in a nutshell. People are like, we want the game to be more difficult. We want the gameplay to be more challenging. So they just implemented an arbitrary taxation on land in the city to make spending your money more difficult. But that doesn't fundamentally address the problem that the game just hands you money arbitrarily for building up a bigger city. So the game hands you crazy amounts of money if you just keep building and you keep leveling up and you keep leveling up and you keep leveling up. So their solution to that problem was to make taxes so you wouldn't get as much money instead of fixing the problem of rewarding players for being fiscally irresponsible. Cities 2 lost me when I built a city in Cities 2. It was the second or third city that I worked on. There was no fiscal responsibility in the city at all. I built all the biggest buildings. I built ridiculous highways where it wasn't needed. I zoned gigantic shops, just arbitrarily zoned crazy amounts of housing, had nice roads with grass and sidewalks, all the municipal services, no taxes. And we figured out that in cities you can fail forward. As long as you keep building, the game's going to keep giving you money and there's no incentive to be fiscally responsible. So what kind of city simulator is this? It's like that movie. You guys, what kind of city simulator is this? It's like Jesse Plemons in that Civil War movie. You guys remember that? He's sitting there and he's like, this is an airsoft gun, by the way. It's not real. He's sitting there going, what kind of American are you? Huh? What kind of city simulator are you? If you're an airsoft nut, this is a 2005 CAM-15. Really nice, actually. It's really old. This airsoft gun's 20 years old. Can you believe that? I reshimmed the gearbox once upon a time in that thing. Dude, that thing really shoots hard. It's got an upgraded spring and shimmed gearboxes with metal gears. It's really nice. Is Twitch chat down or is it just you? Imagine losing a wheel in the interstate in a random place like Oklahoma. Yeah. Here, let me ping it. Yeah. Twitch chat went down. If you visit Montana, we'll go play some air hard guns if you catch your drift. I would like to have seen Montana. I will drive my pickup truck to Montana. Yeah. Message failed to send. Hold on. Dude, like I already procrastinated enough. Twitch doesn't need to do it for me. Huh. Chat's down. Suddenly I can't find your channel on Twitch? Let me refresh my dashboard. Dashboard still works. Stream is still up. Yeah. Follow list and all that is dead. Yeah, it shows the stream playback's still good, but it says I have 0 viewers, 0 followers. So either I just got banned over there or they're having an outage problem. I really think it's the latter, but then again, I don't know, maybe they don't like Airsoft or something. If Twitch cut you out because you held up an Airsoft gun, I'm going to lose my marbles. I swear, man. Can you believe that? That would... Storm, you're seeing, hearing things fine on Twitch, but your messages aren't working. All right. Twitch problems, carry on. I'm watching on Twitch and it's still live. I don't think they would do that, guys. The reason why is I know them, and they know... I know people that work at Twitch, and they know me. They know I'm not trying to do a politics or anything. I've talked to a lot of people at Twitch face to face. They know, you know what I mean? Like, they know if I have an airsoft gun up like that, it's probably a prop for something. It's not. There's no ill intent. It turns out that if you actually go and talk to these people, they treat you pretty fairly. My bot detected you as offline before you held up the airsoft gun. It's almost certainly Twitch twitching. Yeah, Racing Pro, for sure. But yeah, it turns out if you like actually go and talk to people there and explain your intentions, you know, they'll be cool with it. Now that's harder to do on YouTube for sure, but EJ plus Dan Clancy, I'd go talk to him, Bellum, sure. He's ex-NASA. You know that the CEO of Twitch worked at Ames, right? He worked at NASA. He's a space guy. And then he worked at Google, but you get the idea. Yeah, Dan, they wouldn't do that. You'd be surprised what you can get away with when you don't treat your service provider, your stream service provider, as adversarial. Just saying. It's because he set the kitchen on fire. Okay, that was just one time, Aaron. Jeez. All channels on Twitch are glitching out. I'm on YouTube because of it. So, I don't know, guys. What do you think we should do? Should we keep going? Like, I guess it's just the tubes now. TOS is very much not enforced equally. Yeah, 1320, like I said, if you talk to them and you explain what you're doing, yeah, you can get away with stuff. Me, I don't abuse that privilege. I'm not saying that other people are. We're not trying to have that conversation, all right? I don't know. I can't speak for anybody else but myself. But they know me at Twitch. They know what I'm about. They know what I do. They know if I have an airsoft gun or even a real firearm on the stream that I'm not doing dumb things with it. You know, we saved that for my summer car and real car. More machine shop talk. Seriously, I'm a machining addict. Dude, I want to get a lathe in here. Lathe and a mill. A CNC table would be pretty nice, dude, because then we could just cut the template out. But that means I would have to draft stuff. I don't want to do that. All right. So, just remember to tag out EJSA for questions. Jibber jabber less. Yes, that's right. Let's work on the tabs here. So, the last bit of repairs that we need to do to this side of the frame rail, dudes, 3D print the template. Yeah, there you go. All right. The last bit of stuff that we need to do over on this side is make sure, I added about 1/8 of an inch extra, well, not 1/8 of an inch, like a 1/16 of an inch extra to this frame rail when we welded it on. The frame rail was shot from about here back, so I re-welded and plated a new thing in, and I'm looking at those welds and they're absolute garbage. They'll hold, but they're doo-doo caca poo-poo. Very boogery. Whatever. We know we could do it better now, and it's fine. So, this rail needs to have an ear on it. There needs to be a piece of metal that goes right here. There needs to be a piece of metal that goes right here, and there needs to be a piece of metal that goes right here. These pieces of metal are the flanges. They're called frame rail ears, right? they're the flanges that ultimately the rear cross member, which goes across this right here, is going to be bolted to. So we have to plate this. We have to make a template right here, right? We've got to make a template for a frame rail ear here and a frame rail ear here. Simultaneously, we need tabs to go on the ends of the frame rail flanges. There needs to be a little piece that extends off of this. The rear cross member has a lip on the top of it. Here, let me show you. The rear cross member has a lip on top. You can see that the original tab was there, but it rusted off. Right there. You guys need a light. That's a little bit dark for the camera. Shiloh, A-Bomb 79 is a great machinist to follow. Yeah, I'm going to start looking into that, dudes. So you can see the original tab, it was rusted and I cut it off because it wasn't there anymore, right? But the original tab picks up on this lip right here. We need a tab right here and we need a tab right here. Simultaneously, we need the ears right here. There should be a plate of metal right there. There should be a smaller plate of metal right here, and there should be another wider plate of metal right here. I'll show you what it should look like. If we move the camera over here, like this, that is what we need to make. Now this is the repop part. That's the flange that we need to make. This needs to be right there. So we have to make a piece, and that piece has to have a slotted hole in it. If you look at this rail, getting you guys down here. If you look at this rail, or what's left of the leaf spring perch ear right here, you can see where the slot piece was. Now that slot piece, right? The slot piece is right there. See it on the bump, see it on the rear cross member? And then the bumper bracket goes over it. It makes a sandwich. It's a tasty sandwich. So you can kind of see right there where that piece was. It's not there anymore, but you can see where it was. We have to weld the tabs. We have to do that. If we look at the bumper bracket again, zoom out a little bit, you line up the bracket here. We need another plate that goes about to about here for the other part of the bumper bracket. This is where the bumper bracket mounts to, and that's why it's plated with 16, no, that's not 16. This is 1/8 of an inch. That's why this bumper bracket is really heavy, because it has to hold up the rear bumper. So they plated the cross member instead. So we got to make tabs here and here, here. We have to make a wide frame rail ear with this slotted hole. The hole is slotted like this. It's slotted like that to allow for adjustment for the bumper, to get the bumper to be centered over the rear of the car. Simultaneously, if you look right here, there's a hole. This flange, somehow, this piece right here is still intact. There's a hole right there, and we need to drill a hole in the frame rail right here and put a captive nut in there. Because there's 4 bolts for the bumper brackets. There's 2 that go here and 2 that go there. One of them is on a captive nut because you're not getting a wrench in there because it's inside of the frame rail. The trunk rail will be on top, the rear cross member's on the back. You're not getting at it from the bottom, so Chrysler put a captive nut there. If we look at the bumper bracket, if we look at the rear bumper bracket, this is how it picks up. You have a slot in the bumper bracket, so you can pilot it with this. There's a through bolt here, right? And then the bracket goes on like this. Now, if you look at the two captive nuts that are here, they're square nuts for whatever reason. If you look at those line up perfectly with the slots on the cross members, so you can adjust this back and forth. This makes it so you can move this left to right within an inch, right? That'll get it so your bumper is centered on the rear of the car correctly. We need to rebuild all that, and we need to make sure we get it right. We need to make sure the slotting is correct for the frame rail ears here and here. So you can see what's left of the slot right there. So we got to figure out a way to make that with the tools that we have, and then we got to make the plates. So what I should have done when we made this was just make this and just bend it correctly, but I wasn't confident in my bending capability on the brake. I'm still not, to be honest with you. I got to make more parts for it. We will when we go to make this for the other side. I do have a paper template here. Something is broken rather impressively on the Twitch side. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Everybody here from Twitch, like the YouTube stream so that Google knows where Mafia. Oh, geez. I don't know. That doesn't exist, man. I don't know what you're talking about. So I did make a paper bracket. It was the first template that we made, and we drafted it out, which is cool, right? And that's what this needs to look like. And this earpiece needs a slot in it. So my ignorance here is kind of showing because I didn't know how this frame rail went together. My template doesn't have the original tabs on it. So what we got to do is we got to weld the tabs on. We got to weld it, and then we got to weld the ear on and everything. So, yeah, that's kind of, yeah. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Yeah, we're going to have to weld it on like that. That's okay. This ear right here is just a flat piece. The tabs are just flat pieces. And then we need to make another ear. This piece needs to go over here like this. We got to figure out where, you know, how far back we need to cut into the rust, and we need to make the leaf spring perch ear right there. Fortunately, we can use, like I said, we can use that as our guide for making this with the slotted hole and everything. We can use that as our guide, which is good. And the reason why I wanted to get that leaf spring perch, why I wanted to burn this in, is so, and why I was so anal retentive about getting that thing into the right position, is because we can figure out exactly where this needs to live. We can figure out exactly where this needs to live by basically just lining up the slotted hole over here. That's it. We can use what's left of the slot piece over here, and we line it up over here, right? And as long as we make sure we're dead center, we can figure out the positions for this. We can figure out exactly where these need to go, and we can mark this as such. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. I'm going to reclamp our rear cross member, and we're basically going to use it to figure out exactly where the tabs and the rails need to go. Basically kind of reverse engineering this from Chrysler. Might as well just seam weld the cross member on. You don't really need the ears. I would prefer to plug and seam it, dude, just because I'm not 100% confident in my welds still. You know, more welding, more better at this point, dude. You know what I mean? So the tabs, that's not going to be hard. That's not going to be hard to get that right. The tabs don't need to be arbitrarily placed. It's the ear and stuff. I mean, can't see me. The other thing is that, you know, Yeah, if we just build a small frame rail ear right there, just a tiny one, right? Maybe that it goes to like here. Like it's not going to be an exact replica of what came from the factory, but if we make the tab just like an inch, right? What I can do is if I have a big enough drill bit, just drill through it. Or we just yeah, just basically slot it and section it. Like it doesn't, the one from the factory is about 2 inches long, or about 100 millimeter, maybe. So, something like that. Actually, no, it wouldn't be 100 mil, it'd be closer to 50 mil, so somewhere in there. With the real one, there's a slot piece to make room for this indentation. This is a beveled drilled hole. That's there for structure. Beveling this increases the amount of surface area that is it makes the rear cross member resistant to bending like this. Because if this was flat, it'd be really easy to bend it like this. So they put the tabs on the top and the bottom, and then beveled these. Well, chamfering is technically the right way to say this. They chamfered it so this has depth to it. Like it's not just a flat hole, it bevels inward. They chamfered these. That's the machining term. Like you can see those things have a little bit of shine. So if we made the piece exactly right, actually I can show you a picture. Hold up. I can show you a picture on the internets. There's a project called Project Zombie that Mopar Connection magazine did, and they have pictures of it. I gotta find the right page. And it's cool because Project Zombie is pretty much doing the exact same thing that we're doing, but with a two-door car. Like if you look at their pictures, right? Their frame rail ends were shot and there's no cross member, and I got the idea of putting the brace there from them. Like getting all the right bracing. I kind of knew, but the exact positions for all the bracing. Why am I showing up twice? Cool. Hi. That camera decided to work today. That's neat. Is Twitch still colossally screwed? Yeah. All right. Well, YouTube, I'll still be live on Twitch, but YouTube, you got me. One of the few occasions where I'm just streaming on YouTube. But yeah, see the tabs and stuff? We gotta do all that. There's the bumper bracket. They're drilling the holes for the plugs. That right there is what I wanted to show you. Audio and video are good on Twitch, but chat is dead. Cool, tabs are fine, but mostly a process cost-saving part to set up for the spot welders. Seam welds take longer. Anyways, you do you. Yeah, you know what, dude? That's a good point. That's a good point. I don't ignore you, Dean. Why you gotta make me feel bad? Why you gotta make me feel bad? Actually, can't see me. Look at this. I just loaded up a picture. Look. So see the left ear? The leaf spring ear? They seam welded it. They seam welded that sucker. They're doing exactly what you're saying. And it looks like they seam welded both of them. Couchy, what's up? I'm a Twitcher, but this YouTube account is older than Google's acquisition of YouTube. Nice. Marco. Hey, Meg. Here, hold up. There you go. Make, you got mod over here now, buddy. Seam weld the cross member to the end of the frame rail. Yeah. I know. I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that goes for any other Twitch mods. If Twitch mods are lurking around in the tubes and you don't have moderator, tell me. I'll give it to you. But yeah, that's yeah. I mean, see, can't see me. What I'm wondering, you're probably right about the process orientation thing. They did it so they could spot weld it. So there's surface area to spot weld. Oh God. Well, at least their frame rail ear is there. Mine was not there. I know, I'm not a Twitch bot, but I am Mr. Yeeticus. All right, cool. Yeah, if you're on Twitch, guys, if you're on Twitch, the chat's kill. EJSA1 on YouTube. It's not under, there's no underscore. YouTube doesn't like that. So it's EJSA1 over on YouTube. You want to go over there and talk to me. But yeah, Twitch chat is not having a good day. Man, that's going to mess with their bottom line. Jeez. It's EJ_SA. That works. All right. Cool. Channel name is EJSA1. I'm not going to lie. I'm Fluffy. Apparently Google makes me use my government name here. Oh. Well, the underscore gets you here. Well, that makes my life easier. Thank you for letting me know. Jim, you join YouTube chat. Now my browser memory usage has gone into orbit. Don's, gotcha. Cool. All right, so now can't see me. What I was saying is that for this process here, right? Twitch has completely died for your channel, 1320. Yeah, I got you. Can't see me. What my mind is going to is that you're right. It's probably, those ears are probably there to spot weld it and make it spot weld a lot easier, right? We can seam it, make it a lot easier. I still want to do the tabs on top so we can tuck the thing up against it and have, you know. Christian, I couldn't find you in the search and my follow list is gone. Honestly, I thought I or you got banned. Yeah. Yeah, dude, it scared me for a second because I just had the airsoft gun, but yeah, it seems like it's on their end, which is a relief. Can't see me. Can we think of any structural reason why those tabs should be there over a seam weld? Seam welding is stronger anyway. Yeah, Xerax. Jawohl. Yeah, for sure, man. I think welding the new side tabs is a waste of your time. Like Dean said, just weld the end of the cross member. Yeah. No, that makes perfect sense. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just trying to make sure we have no mental stone unturned here. Would there be any other structural reason why those tabs would be there? Think like for the bumper bracket or anything like. WW here, I see that Twitch is having issues. Oh, Twitch is having some real big problems right now. Alignment. Yeah, Lanny, that's what I'm getting at. Is there anything that we're not thinking of? Because I have no problem seam welding it. I'll be honest with you guys, I'm a little more comfortable plug welding because, I mean, you've seen my seam weld. I'm getting better at seam welding, but I'm not done. We're not done dialing that in, so to speak. The Spaceballs 2 trailer was just released. Yeah, Trey, somebody linked it to me in Discord. Seam weld would provide more structure than 4 plug welds. Yeah, exactly. So can't see me, you're right. No, I'm not saying that you're not. Like, let me explain. What I'm saying is like, because it's a unibody, because it flexes, are we building too much reinforcement in that area? Right? You see what I'm trying to say? Like, the whole unibody does bend and flex, do you think they spot welded it, not just for better manufacturing, but do you think that it was engineered that way on purpose to allow some flex and some give? I'm not sure. Not back there. No, you don't think so? You can figure out alignment with the original measurements you took in the beginning. I got you. Maybe. Yep. Spot welding is just cheaper and faster to manufacture. Yeah, SVO. Yeah. Exactly. I'm just wondering if there's a reason why they did that other than just ease of manufacture. Is the unibody designed to flex back there? I mean, I don't think so. And I'm pretty sure it's not going to make a difference. Once again, it's the foundation for our car. I really want to make sure it mimics the factory, at least somewhat similar. Yeah, Steve, Twitch is not doing well right now. It's struggling. It's riding the struggle bus. There should be almost no flex there behind the suspension. Flex points are between suspension. Flex on unibody is why there's 3 plates. Yeah, Lanny, that's what I'm thinking. It's might be that it gets a little bit of flex on the longitudinal axis torsion, longitudinal axis with torsion through the bars, for like there might be a little bit of flex to mitigate body roll there. I'm pretty sure I'm overthinking it, dude, but you never know. On the other hand, dudes, okay, fellas, I got a stupid question. This is me learning to be a fabricator, okay? This isn't me like saying, well, that's not a good idea. Is there any downside other than more work and time to making those tabs? And if I do make the tabs, we seam weld the cross member to it. Is there any downside to that other than time? Mustang does the same thing on the earlier models. Okay. Sounds like overthinking like I usually do. Can you show me what you're talking about? Sure. So SVO, on the back of the Coronet, at the end of the frame rails, dude, there's tabs. You see them right there? There's tabs. Those slotted ports are the adjustment for your rear bumper bracket. Sandwiched up against that is the rear cross member, which if I flip over to my front cam, that's that same area. That picture is basically from the same area that the picture from the website is, right? The slots are right here for your bumper bracket. Right there, or right there, and right there. That allows you to, it's play for the bumper so you can get the bumper centered. There's an ear, a frame rail ear right here, and a frame rail ear right there, and then a smaller one right here. The smaller one is designed to tuck in on the inside of this chamfered hole. And then there's another one right here that's designed to, it needs to be sectioned around that chamfered hole. I'm not sure what those are there for other than structure, to be 100% honest, other than to keep the cross member from turning. And this is what I'm talking about. You see this sucker right here? That's chamfered for a reason. So if you look, it looks kind of shiny compared to this. This is just a punched out hole, right? That's just punched out. This one was drilled and then a dimple die, pushed that through and beveled the surface. It curves inward. That makes your rear cross member less susceptible to bending on this axis. It's less susceptible to torsion, which means there is some load being carried through here. This wouldn't have this if it didn't. There's some load going through here, and this thing has to not bend, right? Joe, I'm no fabricator, but I'd recommend doing the extra work. Leave no doubts. That's what I'm thinking. I like the idea of seam welding the tabs. We could seam weld here, you could seam weld there, you could seam weld up top, you could seam weld down the bottom. Same thing for over here, same thing for over here. But it's very clear that this carries some structure. I don't know if this is rigidity resistance for the bumper or whatever, like for a rear impact or something, or if this is the carrying the load from the flex from the frame rails from doing that. Now, don't get me wrong, this is a gross over-exaggeration of what the thing would be doing going down the road, right? But it's very clear that Chrysler wanted this rear cross member to be very rigid and very not susceptible to bending. And that's why you have the tab, this bent over flange on the top, a bent over flange on the bottom, and every single structural hole in this is chamfered except for the bumper mounts. I think no tabs, just seam welded as it sits now. Holes are for structure and weight reduction. Ford came up with that. Look, you just put a hole in the frame and it's stronger. Yeah. I just want to make sure with, like, dude, if this was the quarter or something, just seam weld it. We're not, when we go to do the quarters, I'm cutting this whole freaking thing out and we'll just spot weld it, or not spot weld, we'll tack it and then seam weld the damn thing into place, right? Like, that's not what I'm getting. Like, that's just the side quarter, right? But that's a huge structural part of the back of the car. You know, I just want to make sure that I don't think there's going to be a big difference between doing what you guys are saying and then doing drilling holes in it and doing plug welds. You're probably right. There's not going to be that big of a difference. I just want to make sure with something as quintessential as the piece that holds the entire back of the car together that we're being absolutely sure, right? Consider it retiring risk, because remember, I have to drive this car down the road going 70, 80 miles an hour. I don't need the rear end coming apart when we're going down the road because we over welded something and it wasn't able to flex and we're getting cracks in the welds. No worries, just your 2 cents. No, I'm not, I get you, yeah. I got a wedgie again. I'm not trying to say like, no, that way sucks. I'm just considering all the options. The only thing I can think of is that tabs would provide structure if weight is put on the bumper from the top. Yeah. Top and bottom flanges keeps it from twisting. The punched holes keeps that flat plane rigid. Yeah. So they're modern, like I said, it's very clear that that piece needs to stay nice and strong, but it needs to resist flex. So if that's the case, right, a seam weld wouldn't be the worst idea. Yeah, because if you think about it, the rear cross member is there to tie the two frame rails together to make sure they don't do this. And if that piece is more resistant to bending, right, with the dimples in it and the lips on the top and the bottom, that's going to prevent torsion. So we want that to be strong, right? Like we want it to be nice and strong. So by that logic, the more weld that we have connecting the rear cross member to the frame rails means the more it's going to be more rigid back there and it's going to allow, there's going to be less flex. Am I thinking about that right? Read your above. So I have two thoughts. One, you can just seam weld the plate to the rail for more strength rather than the plate. Second thought is that the second plate is to act as a doubler for the bolt to the bumper. Correct. That's right, SVO. I think you missed that part, dude. Like, I'm not sure if you were here or it was like during the Twitch, when Twitch decided to Twitch. So how this works is, I'll just explain it one more time to make sure we're getting this right. So crossmember goes on, tabs and ears, like I'm saying, and then the bumper plate goes on. It's a sandwiched plate. It has a ridge in it. It's very clear that they just added, like when you're manufacturing with sheet metal like this, you want to make something stronger. You don't get a thicker piece of metal because that's more expensive. You just get two pieces of metal and you sandwich over it, right? So that goes there. That's going to be welded in on top of that. And then the trunk, like this piece is going to be more or less right here, but you know, the clamp's in the way, but you get the idea. And then the trunk, actually, the trunk pan goes over this. It overlaps right here. So, here, let me, real quick. And then from there, dudes, look, we got the bumper bracket. And see how these are slotted, SVO? There's captives on here, and then the bottom parts of this is slotted. So there needs to be a captive nut in the frame rail, like basically right here, and there needs to be a hole over here. The hole is already there from the leaf spring perch. The slot, there's still a piece of the slotted part right there. There's no frame rail tabs here and here. So the two like horizontal bolts for the bumper bracket are designed to slot this way, and then the two bolts that go through the bottom, through the frame rail and through the rear leaf spring perch mount, those are slotted on the bracket, but they're captive. They're captive nuts here. They probably did 2 captives here and no captives here with this to make it easier to assemble. That's my guess. So yeah, that's how the whole structure goes together. That whole assembly goes together like that. So, I mean, now that I'm talking myself through it, dudes, it's very clear that this is there to kind of locate everything, and then this back part is plated up, and then it has the bumper bracket mounted to it. So the more I'm thinking about this, can't see me, I think you might be right. The more I'm thinking about this, the more I'm thinking that this whole back area is here to make sure, for rigidity. It's there to make sure that the frame rails don't do that going down the road, right? It's to basically tie everything together. So it's in our best interest to make this as strong as possible. Drainage for water condensation in the frame rail. Yeah, that too, Lanny. This thing has, there's holes all through the frame rail from left over from the assembly process, putting it on a frame jig on the assembly line, and also for drainage. That didn't stop the left side frame rail from getting rusted out, because those holes are the same holes that mouses used to climb into and ruin the car, ruin the frame rail. I had to do a huge patch on the left side frame rail, on the driver's frame rail. I reinforced it with 1/8" steel. It has an 1/8" steel backing plate and then a 16 gauge backing plate sandwiched around the eighth inch. That steel ain't go. The left side frame rail is stronger than it ever should have been from the factory. +1, that reminds me, do captive nuts before anything else for access to that weld position. Yep. Build the tab. You need the strength just for the bumper, or you'll more likely rip the holes for the bumper on the side frame rail on harder bumps or fatigue. Yeah. Argablue, Twitch took a huge dump, dude. The stream is still live over there, but I don't think anybody can find it. All right, can't see me. I am going to combine all these ideas. I'm going to make tabs, and then we'll plug weld and then seam the tabs. I know that's more work, but it's very clear to me after talking through here that you want as much structure back there as possible. That whole thing is designed to keep the whole thing, the whole back of the car nice and rigid, probably for body roll, if I had to guess. If, you know, my semi-engineering brain is thinking about this right. I can't see anything on Twitch for any of the followed channels. People can't upload images to Discord either, so it might be a cloud issue. Twitch is still live. Yeah, it's still live over on Twitch. Hi, guys, but yeah, they can't see anything. Do it up. I still want to do the ears on this. I'm going to do it. We're going to do the tabs on the top of the frame rail flanges. I will plug weld the cross member to it, and then I'll seam it on the back. It's very clear that they want a lot of structure in, but they didn't want to go too far with it because they don't want a guy on the assembly line just sitting there doing seam welds all day, because that wastes time. All right, I talked it through. I'm good. Thank you for letting me rubber duck you guys. These are the conversations that I think are fun, and it's cool. We learned stuff about what Chrysler was trying to do with this car. They were trying to make a chassis that basically can do everything. The handle's pretty good, nice smooth ride, easy to manufacture. Like, you could see where their stakeholder expectations were. So I'm going to shut up. Let's get going. So the first thing we need to do on this side is get myself some tabs. And if I'm looking at this right with the bumper bracket, the bumper bracket needs to go right here. And if you look at the flange on the bumper bracket, it goes out a good distance, right? It goes out, the flange on this is way bigger than the one on the cross member. So they sandwich this bad boy in here, like that. That's how that ended up. So that tells me I need to make the tabs to go all the way to the end. Here. So the tab needs to go from here all the way to there. This one needs to go to there. This one needs to go to there. So we have to add about 1 inch of tab, so to speak, back to this. That's where we're going to start today. The other thing I noticed is that if you look over here, the tab on the repopped part is 1 inch long. See what I'm talking about? It's designed to go all the way to the bumper bracket. Now, I'm not 100% sure if that means that this was spotted twice. If it was spot welded once to the cross member and then spot welded again to the bumper bracket. I want to look at a reference picture just to be sure, but now we know what we need to make. So let's rebuild this piece. We'll do the tabs first, rebuild this piece, and then rebuild those pieces. And then we'll seam it and plug it back into place. For what it's worth, Switch Tracker is broken as well right now. Seems Switch is having some issues that go API deep. Okay. Let's go back over to the desktop camera here. Flip that camera back over to me. Now look, let's look at these old pictures, these reference pictures, and let's see if we can see the tabs. See the tab right there? How much spot weld it has on it, if at all. Oh, it's hard to tell. Yeah, that should look familiar. See, they cleaned up their bumper brackets. And they seam welded their brackets back in instead of plug welding it. Interesting. And it looks like they did like an extruded plug right there. Take a look, fellas. See what I mean right there? There's a thing in the bumper bracket. When are you getting a spot welder? I could go buy one. They're $180 at Harbor Freight. All we need is a 110 spot welder, and we could do this just like the factory if you really wanted to. That's also what we got to do. We got to mark our tape lines, and then that's what the finished product is going to look like. That's what our finished product is going to end up looking like. What is this website? That's not steam welded, it's stitch welded. Yeah, that's right, because it's only certain parts, right? Pardon my French. So yeah, they would have spot welded the bumper bracket in. We could look at our bumper bracket and, do it right. Cool, cool, cool. So the tab right there is wide. See that? It's a wide tab. It's different than the frame rail tabs. Frame rail tabs seem to, yeah, there's a sectioned piece from where it bent. Frame rail tabs are smaller. We won't have to worry about that because we're welding them back in. With all the welds on the trunk pan, it might be worth it for you to get one. Plus, no worries about blowing through the old steel. My question is, how are we going to get at some of those spot welds, dude? Yeah, that's my big one. How am I going to get at some of them? They had a huge, whatever, spot welding machine from the factory, right? Like, if I need to spot weld right here, how am I going to do that? I can't get the spot weld to bite right there. You'd need a gigantic spot weld that you can get at it from the side and zap both sides, 1 and 2. Yeah, that's that one's gonna be weird. Yeah, they would have had a weird specialized spot welder to do this. I could, now Dean, like these ones right here, we could get at, but what about in between the frame rails? We're gonna have to plug weld this, dude. Like there's no real getting around that. Anyway, all right, let's roll. Let me go to camera 3, there it is. All right. So I have some leftover plate here. We're gonna need to build that tab right there, and then we got to build another one up here, and then we got to build one right there and one right there. These pieces are very small. And this is extra steel that I had from making this piece. This is extra 60. This is 16 gauge as well. So, yeah. I also got to figure out how the heck I'm going to drill that big old hole, the slotted hole. I don't know if I have a drill that's big enough to make that kind of hole. Let me go looking through my drill index. Yeah, the biggest one we got is a 1/2 inch drill. I'm pretty sure that's not big enough. We might need a hole saw or something to get it right. Thinking. If you had a plasma cutter, it wouldn't be an issue. Yeah. Yeah, I was also, when I got that brass hammer, I was looking at them. A spot welder and a plasma cutter would be quite useful. For sure. I'm just looking around. Okay. Drill 2 holes and use a die grinder to join said holes. Pie guy, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I could get the Dremel out. Yeah, okay, that's how that works. Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, it's a good idea. Cool. All right. Let me get all my plate here. So I have a smaller piece here that we can use. That's actually pretty damn close to being right. But the problem is that we'd have to cut here. This piece is not, the rust has kind of gotten in. This piece is supposed to go to here, and then it's supposed to separate right here, like that. So first of all, we got to rebuild that structure, and then we got to rebuild that structure. This is not the right piece for that. So I'm going to use this to make the tabs. So here's what we're going to do. Watch this. See the actual tab right there? Check it out. Get me some just regular old matte paint, right? I'm going to move the camera back a little bit. Right, and is that crooked? What the hell? Screw that. Try again. Oh yeah, it kind of is. It's a little crooked. Here, we'll try to make it straight on. Ready? There we go. Sweet. There it is. Let me cut this out. Let me just clean up the matte paint that I just used. Should have used a corner 2 cuts instead of 3. Yeah, that would have been good for optimization. I have so much practice now. Well, yeah, and that would be a more efficient use of metal, though, wouldn't it? It's 1 1/4 inches. All right. If I section this in half, so basically zip right down the center and zip that way, we can do exactly what you're talking about. But yeah, that would have been a smart thing to do, huh? God dang it! Why you gotta have a better way of doing it than me, man? SVO, what's up, dude? It only moved like 3 times. Yeah, yeah, okay. All right, hearing protection, eye protection. Let me get the cutting wheel. Okay, headphone users, this is loud. The cutting wheel gets a little rowdy. Man, my pencil fell out. I got my pencil. Give me something to write on, man. Okay, so we got our piece. Yeah, a little short. A little short. I don't like it. No, sir. I don't like it. Should have just used my template. Well, we'll do it again. I can use this piece to make this tab over here. I don't know if you guys can see that. See? You can use that to make that one. Or that one. Easy peasy. Let me just check the measurement here. 1 1/4 inches. You guys just stay over there for a second. I'm going to zip this piece off. I dropped it. Much better. My markings ended up, because you guys thought of an easier way to do it. I mean, I ended up doing 3 cuts anyway. That's good. The part is still hot, but you can see right there. Ignore the painting marks. That's actually pretty good. I mean, it's not 1.25 inches long, dudes, but hey, looks like Twitch chat came back. All right. We are so back. We are so back. All right, so this should be good. I'm worried that there's a little pitting right there, so I'll probably just use this to make the other tab over here. We'll cut that up, the 2 pieces that we just made. I'm gonna do the not lazy thing and just measure. So we are 1 inch by 1 3/8. Oh dear, that doesn't, guys. That, yeah, I don't know. That doesn't make that big of a difference as long as we have good weldable area. Whatever, I'll still do it again just to be sure. Okay, we got our straight edges, right? And I'll do this again. We'll do it the right way. And we'll line up the corner and then zap this with some paint. I mean, I gotta clean up that anyway, so. Let me get my matte paint again. There we go. Sweet. That's the exact piece that we need. I got to go over to my paint booth and clean this, clean the tip out of this thing. There you go. Tippa. Chat, hodl. Oh, the black looking metal's way better than the rust. Dude, I'll post before and after pictures, Dan. Oh my goodness. Like, I was looking at some yesterday, because like we did all that work, right? And I'm sitting here thinking like, what did it look like when we start? Dude, even right now, even how it looks right now, still missing pieces and not completely put back together. Dude, knowing what I know now, like knowing what the scope of that work is to rebuild all the rails and stuff. Yeah, I think I was right when I said at the beginning of this, in part 1, right, that this car is way too far gone. For somebody that was trying to like build equity into your car. This is a parts car all day. This thing should have been chopped up. Like 20% of the car is rust. I mean, when we started. Now the rust is probably down to like maybe 10%. But yeah, dude, it looks so different than when we started, even now. I'm pretty excited. Okay, I'm gonna section that piece, and then what we'll do is I'll cut here, cut that, see the pitting right there? We'll cut that out. I don't trust that, we'll blow through it. So I'm gonna section this out here, cut about 1/8 of an inch out of this. and just get it to good metal back there. If another thing that I've learned is to don't trip over your wires like I just did. And if there's pitting, just cut it out. What is that? River Turtle gifted a sub to Floykin. Yeah, it's not too far gone anymore. When we started, though.
This is space. I'm in space.
Gotta do that when I'm using the grinding wheel, dang it. Sorry, I was just, Uticus gifted a sub to Pokemon. That's cool, but I'm not 100% sure she is interested in what we're doing here. But I could be wrong. So, gifted a sub, that's cool. She was talking to you and wanted to live. That really is, multiplanetary, yeah. That's what it's not the way that makes the most financial sense,
space.
but...
I'm in space. I'm in space.
No, Rafter gifted a sub to PewDiePie. Okay. Dude, I mean, I just had that multiplanetary. I was just talking that whole thing about how, like, I'm letting the part cool off. I'm not just sitting here talking because I cut it and it's really warm. Like, car talks to you, man. And I just said, like, I hate it how everything is nickel and diming. I'm not nickel and diming this damn project. Why? Obviously, principle. But the second part is I'm learning. So when you learn, you want to learn to do it the best way. And then, depending on the car, like, maybe we have another Coronet in the future. Maybe, maybe I know to look at the frame rails this time around on the next purchase. I know where the car rusts. So now I have the experience. And I know how long it's going to take to fix something, et cetera, right? Like, I'm doing this because this is a learning process. And nobody really cares if I screw up a four-door car anyway. So I think the gift sub is working on Twitch as well. Okay, piece is not hot anymore. Well, it's still pretty warm. Next thing we got to do is section this sucker off right here. Hang on, I got to put my safety glasses on. 20%. I think that math maybe is still a little on the optimistic side. Yeah, whatever. Cool. Cut that out, made it nice and flat with the grinder. Now let me get my piece. The piece that we just had has a burr on it from where I went at it with the grinding wheel. So I'm going to take it over to the bench grinder real quick. And I'm just going to get the burr off. There we go. Okay, cool. D-Bird. Oh, I missed a spot. Dang it. All right, wheel's still spooling down. Come on. There we go. I got it. We good. Okay, so, oh, yeah, dude. Look at that. Ooh. Fucking cut off wheel, man. See all the burrs? Give me the file. I gotta file that down. But yeah, dude, I firmly believe the car talks to you. You know, the car will tell you if it wants to live or not. Like, with how many bolts come apart, for instance, right? Like, if you can take apart certain pieces of the car and it gives it up nice and easy, then, you know, it's talking to you. It's saying, I want to live. The vast majority of stuff that I've done to this car, that, you know, with the exception of back here, the back here said, please kill me. But, you know, the engine and the transmission and stuff said, hey, I'm still good. Please, I'm still good. Save me. Help, save me. I'm rusting out, please, save me. Okay. It looks like in order to get this nice and straight, I need to just zip a little bit off right here. I don't know if you guys notice, if I get this thing nice and straight on, right, it's wide over here and it's short over here. That's going to be bad for our weld. Yeah, I don't want that. Cool. And, oh, there's still some undercoating and stuff in there. I'm going to have to get the stainless brush out and clean all up in here. And then we just zap that back in, build this plate, zap that back in, and then rebuild this structure right here. Rebuild, I gotta put another plate down here, but we are gonna have to cut that out, but that's okay. But it looks like this is pretty much the right size. I might need to just take a little bit off the edge with that edge with the cutting wheel, just so we can get a good pen with the weld on that side. Yeah, all right. Cutting wheel, real quick. There we go. Made that edge nice and straight. Now give me my tab piece again. And voila. Perfect. See? Now we put it in place. We got a nice gap. I drop it on the ground. But the piece is supposed to be right here, give or take. It gives me a nice gap so we could pen with the weld. Now we're good to go. Now the next thing I got to do is, there's a bunch of schmutz under here and there's a bunch of scale and rust. To do the rest of the patching here, like to patch this part right here and to make the tab eventually, I'm going to need to clean this. We got to clean the surface. I mean, if anything, just to, you know, make it look nice. We've got to get in here and clean the schmutz. So let me take the angle grinder. I'm going to take that piece out, take the cutoff wheel out, and we're not going to use the flap disc. I'll use the stainless steel Yeeto bit. See? The Yeeto bit. All right. Make sure that that thing is nice and tight on there. Cool. This thing likes to shoot stainless steel shards out everywhere when that brush delaminates. So I'm putting the welding jacket on. Those things will shoot out at high speed and they will impale you. And yes, it does hurt. When that first wheel hub didn't release, we were concerned. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I've been impaled with those things before. I did it, it happened on a stream the other day. Vice grips to hold that thing in place? Yeah, Shogun. I actually have some super high powered magnets that I bought. I bought neodymiums to hold stuff in place. The schmutz removal tool is the second draw down. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Yes, precisely. Okay, I'm putting the face shield on too, because yeah, I don't need it to screw up my pretty face. You know what I mean. Okay, ready? There is definitely schmutz. Definitely schmutz. It is schmutzing. It is schmutzing a lot. Oh, here it goes. It's going to schmutz a lot. If it's shooting sparks, that means there's rust. Cool, that's clean. Yeah, there's a little bit of pitting there. But I think we're still solid. The problem is replacing that's going to suck because there's a flange here. But I think we can make a plate. I think we can make a plate right here, and then tack the plate on. We seem to have good metal right there. Not down here though. Down here, that is the opposite of that. And we have to, another thing that we got to do is de-schmutzify the entire right side frame rail and clean it up. Make it look like the left one. We cleaned up the left one completely. There is some pitting up there, but it's surface pitting. That's not too bad. I mean, not ideal. It's certainly not like the other one. The other one's brand new. How much are those perches? Would it be better to replace it? Oh, the lighting is screwing up the camera focus. Here, that should give it some depth so you guys can see it. Leaf spring perches aren't expensive. I think it's $100, dude. But I don't know. Well, EJ can enjoy black boogers tonight. Yeah, I've been getting those more frequently, Creation. Yeah, see that pitting up around the top, dude? That's not great. But it's all right. It's, yeah, the undercoating protected most of this. The backside here is nice. The spot welds are still very strong. It's just there's some moisture that built up on the backside of this thing. Moisture built up in here, and it's pitting it through. Actually, the backside of that metal's good. This is just moisture that got stuck right there. Huh, interesting. It's a little scaly, dudes, but I think this is all right. Yeah, there's a bulge in the metal right there. That's from rust on the backs. Oh. Wait till you pull a wire out of your lip. That's a bummer. Yeah. Now you want another new perch, huh? It's just the very back there, as far as I can tell. The rest of the perch, and that, how I judge that is by looking inside of the frame rail. Hang on. A 2x4 fell on the other side of the shop. That's weird. Ghosts! 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 Period, question mark. Okay. It's fine. Doesn't exactly look mint. Well, like inside of the rail is fine. Like, it's pretty damn clean in there. It's just at the very... Uh-oh. How goes the car? We found some tin worm that I didn't see before. It's just the very bottom right there, dude. I don't, guys, like, I don't know if that's enough to constitute that. Like, what you just saw was basically on the back side of this. We could get rust converter in there. It is pitted a little bit. And it definitely would have rotted through sooner rather than later. I'm not sure I trust right here. If we weld something to that, I'm pretty sure we'll blow through. Relax, Ray. Everybody has 3 mortgages. That was my grandparents' house. It was the house I was born in. And Twitch is back. Yep. Yes, it is. I mean, the rest of the... See, I've been looking at the rail from this perspective most of the time, and it's pretty good. It's fine. Pretty much just that one spot. Now I'm looking over it with a fine-tooth comb. Everything else seems fine. Yeah, there's not a lot of pitting. There's some pitting here. There's a little bit there. Most of it is back here. Always something. It's always something, dudes, huh? It is borderline. I don't think you want to change it later after it's back together, now or never. Touch it with the flap wheel. I got a better idea. probing tool, or well, just the pointed hammer, pointed dolly hammer. Let me get the screwdriver out for more coarse adjustment. How much of this is bad? The hammer, believe it or not, that's all good. It's just that one spot right here. Guys, we can weld that up. It's just that. That's it. That's good enough to weld. I can weld that. Yeah, no, it's good. Are you confident in yourself to cut out that angle piece and remake it yourself? No, we don't need to. Let me just get the probing hammer one more time. I'll hammer around it just to be sure. Let me get the flat one. Let's get this one. So, guys, you want to tell if metal is good or bad is a really easy way. Hit it with a hammer. Don't hit it hard. Listen. Hear how it resonates? That dong. Hear that? That's good metal. Listen to rust. Let me hit over here where we know there's rust. Rust doesn't ping. Does that make sense? This metal right here, it resonated. The sound resonated. That's good metal. Here, let's look at our frame rail patch. Ready? That really resonated. Hear the difference? But if we start getting around the rust, here the pitch changes. It makes a thunk instead of a ring. I will exercise all the rust out of you, car, whether you like it or not. I can weld that. Guys, that ain't no problem. We can weld that up. Let me get my face shield back on, and let me get the this schmutz remover. There's rust behind this metal. Not a lot, but it expanded here. That's why that bow's out. See how the edges don't look like they're aligned? Because there was a high spot right here. Because all the water got trapped right there. Water got trapped up in here, and then it went down to the bottom of the frame rail right here, and it stayed there, and it rusted it from the inside out. That's why you see a bulge. We're going to need the flap disc. I can patch this. We can patch it. Not a problem. That's fine. There's not a lot. It's just a little. We'll rust convert the hell out of the back, and then we'll rust convert the hell out of the back of this thing. Let me just make sure there's not more. Yeah. Okay. There is a little bit right here, but we'll seal it up. This pinch weld right here, those two spots, is still strong because it's not moving, and we know that's good metal. Let me get my flap disc. Okay. I got to get the stainless schmutz remover off, and we got to put the flappy boy on there. All right, I'm putting the flap disc on. We're gonna intentionally go ham with the grinder to try and get that rust out of there. How you doing? I'm fine, S. How are you? In aviation, we have similar methods of finding hidden corrosion in aluminum. You can either do a coin tap test with a literal coin, or you can use a device called a woodpecker that taps the metal. Yep. Non-destructive material science testing. So watch. Watch. What's going to happen is we're going to polish this up. It's going to get nice and shiny, right? It's going to get super shiny, and then a big, will blow through, and then a big puff of rust is going to come out. There it is. See? You can see right there where that rust was pooling. See? See the difference? You see the shiny metal? And then you see that like blister right there? That's it. Yep. Yep. All right, here. Rough week followed by an extremely rough day. Oh. I'm sorry, yes. Don't forget why you're there, buddy, okay? This is what I mean about no bull crap. You don't want any bull crap because the bull crap's going to come to you. You may not like it, but you're in a high-stress job, man. Yeah, there was a lot of rust there, but we got it. S, did you hear what I said? Yeah, see? There's a lot of rust pooling in there, but for the most part, pretty good metal. But you can tell, you can hear the difference tapping this. That's how I figured out that there was rust there. I started tapping around. And we found it, so we good. Yeah, it's gonna be tough making a connection there. But keep an eye on how thin you're grinding it. Yeah. Do you have the door open? No, it's too hot. I have the fan blowing around though. Flankin, we got to get the rust out of the back of this thing. That's the problem. You got a Dremel? I do. Yeah. Yeah, we do. Let me just take a look at this up close with the light. Yeah. Yeah. See, I got at this with the flap, and I ground a lot of the metal off, but that rust doesn't want to go. No, I don't want to go. No, I don't want to. Sorry. Liliana, 72-month resub, 6 years. Hello.
Go and throttle up.
Liliana, what do you think? If this was an airplane, would you let that fly? You lost your girlfriend over this job, drove 300 miles across all of Texas to see her just for her to tell me to leave and slam the door in my face, now driving home. Stream ruined one of my relationships, but I found a better one after. Just putting it out there. The Russ is saying, not like this. Not like this. Time for a mini split. Wait, a mini split like HVAC? A mini split out here would be useful, but a mini split would make me comfortable, but my wallet would be very upset. If these people could read, Bobby, they'd be really upset. Hey, Shadow Mask, what's up, buddy? I mean, dude, it happens. Like I said, the stream, I had a choice in 2014, dude. Build a life with my ex or keep streaming. I kept streaming. And I found someone that I'm way more compatible with. We found Bree. I say we. I found. Well, she found me, but you get what I'm trying to say. Point is, chat's right. One door closes, another door opens, dude. And honestly, I'm not entirely sure how you're going to make long distance while balancing your job with that. I don't know how you're going to make that a thing. But that's my only advice is that, you know, the next one you get, the next fish you catch, lay down the law first. That's what I did with Bree. I was very honest about this. The first day that Brimo and I decided to start dating, we were in New York City. We were in Times Square. I told her this. I go, look, there's going to be times, my work is very, very important to me. It's very important to me, this job. It means a lot. There are going to be times where I ain't going to be there. Can you handle this? And I laid down the law real quick. And she said, yeah, that's cool. I understand. I'm on Twitch all the time. I get it. And I'm like, and then I said, okay. She lived with you. She moved out. Yeah, red flag, dude. Don't worry about it. Find another one. Find another one. Plenty of fish in the sea, buddy. I know, but don't get me wrong. Yes, I know. I've been there. It hurts. It hurts. Focus on your work. You'll find the right person, man. But yeah, dude, if she's gonna move out to try and fix things, that should have been your first red flag. I would have broken it off right there. You know, I don't want to be where you are. I don't want to live with you. I want to try to make this work. I would have been like, no, because that's what happened. I've had 2 relationships on stream. One is with my wife, but I had one before that, right? When I was still single, right? I had one before that, and it got to a point where she ultimated me. She said, the stream or me? And I'm like, I mean, as I've told you this story, you understand the gravity of asking me that. That's asking me to take a part of me out of myself. No, I'm not doing that. And then, you know, I said, no, I'm not doing that. I mean, as I've told you this story, it got way worse than that. I moved out the next day, set up my streaming setup back in my room in my parents' house, and I kept streaming. You know? And then she tried to be like, oh, we can do long distance, we can still be friends. I'm like, no, get away from me. You asked me to sacrifice part of myself for our relationship. Kiss my ass. No way. Like, don't get me wrong, like, if you're drinking or something, or smoking, and you know, your significant other's like, I don't like that. That's not, I mean, smoking is kind of difficult. Like, but trying to take the stream, like something I grew from nothing, into a successful business, a successful, sustainable business, asking me to not do that in the name of the relationship. And keep in mind, I'd only been streaming for about a year, but I saw where this job could take me, right? I saw where it could take me. And I knew that that was the right call. So that's what I tried first, but it failed and I caved. Find another one, man. Find another. You're in Texas, dude. You're in a hot spot for attracting young talent. You'll be fine. You're young. It's okay. Only a Sith deals in ultimatums. Yeah, she ultimated me, and don't get me wrong, that was a really tough decision because I was like, am I being a jerk here? Am I being selfish or not? And no, I'm not being selfish. You're asking me to cut one of my arms off. Like, no, that's not selfish. That's just, nah, you're asking me to change who I am for the relationship. I'm not doing, like, at a fundamental personality level, I ain't doing that. Nah, get out. Brimo, like, and then contrast that with Brimo. I say, Bree, I want to spend some money on some good content for the stream, for making cool stuff and building a car that no one, like, you know, doing stuff that nobody has. Okay. You have the cash to do it? Yes. Okay, go. Done. Easy. So, ask the next, who's being selfish? But see, I didn't know at the time because I didn't have enough experience with relationships. I didn't know. I wasn't sure if, am I being a jerk or is she being a jerk? Like, I don't know enough about dating to know this. I mean, I was like 23, 24 at the time. I don't know. What do I know? You know, so like, I wasn't sure. And I was second guessing myself. I was like, nah, I grew the stream from nothing. I could make tons of money off of this stream. Like, I don't look at it like that, but like this is a career path that's the dream job. I'm not giving up a dream job. No way. No way. Like I said, you're asking me to cut my hand off. I'm not doing that. Yeah, I'm 41. I still don't know the rules of dating. I haven't done it in a while, Wolfie. I probably don't either. But dude, if she's going to ask you to change a fundamental part of yourself, like not work at your current place of employment, bro, you can get bent. You can get freaking bent. No way. You did the right, I mean, you tried to make it work. Good on you. You have a bigger heart than I do. Hell no. Guys, for context here, S-Master got his dream job. He got the job he's been gunning for a very long time. I won't say what it is, but it's cool. And it's in Texas, so read into that how you will. All right? You scored his dream job. No. Focus on your job. Don't worry about that. You made it, it's over. Don't ghost her. Forget about it. Forget it ever happened. Move on. You made the right call. Exactly, Dons. And that's what I learned. You know, if you get into a relationship with the wrong person, they're going to try to make you into the ideal person that they want. And if they start doing that, they start gaslighting you. And this works both ways. Guys do it to girls, girls do it to guys, guys do it to guys, girls do it to girls. It happens. There's compatibility issues. If they say, you know, why do you dress like that? You know, you shouldn't dress like that. You know, Why you work so hard at your job? Because it's important to me. Well, what about me? Now, when you're married, that's a different thing. When you're married, you have to make sacrifices. You have to make compromises, right? I wanted to move to Cape Canaveral. Brimo didn't. Brimo got a job here. So I stayed. I compromised. We moved to Cape Cod instead. I moved to a Cape, so that's cool, right? So you make compromises. But that's when you're married. You don't do that when you're dating because you're still feeling each other out. The whole point during that is to probe. Not like, you don't need to be a psycho about this, but probe for compatibility, you know? Ghost her. Don't ever talk to her again, dude. Ever. If I hear you talking to you again, I know where you live. I know where you live and I know where you work. I will come and punch you in the face in Minecraft. Don't talk to her again. Find another one. I'm getting back to work. Where does Brimo work? Brimo got a really nice job at a tech company in Massachusetts. I won't say which one. She does code for websites for a tech company. She doesn't want that information out there. Dude, she got a really nice job. But, you know, like I said, when you're married and when you find the right one, dude, you'll make a compromise that doesn't really, like, okay, I wanted to move to Florida. Brimo ain't getting this tech job, and keep in mind this was before everybody worked remote and stuff, right? You know, she got this really nice job, and I'm not going to take that away from her just because I want to be closer to the Space Coast. I can get on a plane and be at the Space Coast like that, or Brownsville. You've seen me do it. It's not a big deal, right? Yeah, diabetic. That's well said. This job, your job is only going to come around once in a blue moon. You would be out of your freaking mind to leave it for a girl. I'm telling you that right now. Diabetic kid is right. Don't worry, she already blocked you and ghosted you. Good, forget about it. Forget about it. You got bigger fish to fry, bro. Look, like I said, it's weird because, like I said, I did this exact thing at about the same age as you. I was a little younger. But I made this exact decision. Look how it turned out. Like I said, dude, you would be out of your mind to leave your job for a girl. If you're in a relationship with a girl and she ever tried to do, if any other girl ever tries to do that, just say, nah, I'm not doing that. You know, what about me? I want to live here. You know, I don't like where we live. We should live over here. You should quit your job. You can go find work over there. No, how about you piss off? Like, I wouldn't make Bree leave this tech job just because I wanted to move to Florida to be near the Space Coast. Absolutely not. That's not fair. Once again, that's not sacrificing for a relationship. That is being selfish. Just like my relationship before Bree. That was her being selfish. Nice, Dons. And look at it this way, now you got more time to fix your crappy truck. Learn from my welding tips here and fix your stupid truck. You got more time to do it now. Don't ever worry about that. Yeah, exactly, X-Wing. Yeah. You and X-Wing Dispatch know exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, for real, man. Just make sure that the next one you get understands what you're about. You need to lay down the law. That simultaneously, though, that's on you. You find another date. I mean, don't say this on the first date, right? Like, don't be like, yeah, I like working 70 hours a week, so I'm not going to have a lot of time for you. You got to feel it out a little bit. Just, you know, you got to make it clear what you do, why you do it, and why you love it, and why it's your dream. You know, if you find the right person, they'll support you. Anyway, let's get back to work. Was that Ford on the truck with the hold down arms weeks ago, S-Master? No. if you want to talk about this more, we'll talk about it later when I'm off stream, okay? But, yeah, actually, that's because dispatch your wife. Yeah, dude, you get it, but you supported her doing the dispatch job, which is cool, man. Like I said, when marriage, you sack a little bit more, but it's like you said, you do it for mutual benefit. You don't do it just for your benefit. But yeah, when you're dating, don't do that crap. Red flag if your significant other starts trying to change you. Now, don't get me wrong. Like if you're a slob and don't do the damn dishes, and your significant other's like, please do the dishes, pick up after yourself, that's a little bit of a different story. Okay? Like, you want to make a relationship with a person that, like, dude, like, okay, so just on a quick side note, then I'll get back to work. Think about it like this. If you have a significant other, they don't pick up after themselves, they're slob, like, I mean, if somebody's cool with that, you're cool with that, right? But say you want to have a family with this person, right? The problems now, like not doing the dishes or something, if you, say, down the road have kids, right? Well, kids are just going to make it messier. If you have a dog, it's just going to make it messier. Everything's going to get more messy, all right? So, like, there's small things that like things like that you got to work on, right? But if your significant other is trying to, like, change you, like, maybe they like golf and they want you to play golf and they want you to give up playing baseball to play golf. Screw that. Absolutely not. But if your significant other is saying, hey, pick up after yourself, that's a little bit of a different story. But like I said, this relationship stuff is complicated. How long will you be streaming today? It's going to be a really long drive. I have a hard out at the Starlink launch tonight around 11 p.m. So I'm going to be here for a while. Anyway, what should we do about that? Yeah, there you go, Dan. I don't know, dudes. I don't know what we're going to do about getting all this rust out of here. Say we do get the rust out of here, right? At this point, we've blown through this plate. That's the back side of this piece of metal at this point. And that's just rust and schmutz. See, the plate, see how the color changes right here? It goes from like kind of gray to brown, and then right there at the very edge, like right here, right where my fingertip is, it's gray again. That's where the steel was from where I painted in here. And that's been rust converted. But look at how much rust that we didn't get at. Now, guys, this is thick steel. This is 16 gauge. The metal is pretty good. I'm just worried about this pocket of freaking rust. Before we, and I could zip out a little plate here and we could plate this whole thing, right? That's not a problem. But there's flanges and stuff. There's a flange right here. There's 2 spot welds for the flange right there. 2 spot welds for the flange right there. There's just a flat piece of metal behind it, and then there's another flat piece of metal behind it here. You can't see it because the rust is in the way. But if we got this, we'd have to drill the spots and then plug weld the new metal in. But the other thing that we could do is I could just try to lay bead in here, and we could just seal this up, rust convert the backside, and then undercoat the backside and just trap that rust in there so it doesn't get any worse. Or we could say, screw it, do the nuclear option and cut the entire thing out and put a new leaf spring perch in. You want somebody who's a functional adult there with you because they want to be, not because they need someone because they can't survive on their own. Bingo. Yep. File it off, Fred. You have a feeling that rot goes further? I don't know, man. Let me just look around. Yeah. It goes, from what I can tell, it goes to about here. Right there. Not great. I didn't notice this when we did this before. Nuclear option. I just got here. Is it bad that we're considering a nuclear option? Engineer, when I went to go and fix the rest of this, I found more problems with it. And, like, see, where I'm at, guys, is... Okay, so let's think about this. We could patch it. That's a lot of work. Probably get it done. Probably get it done today or tomorrow. But the other thing I've noticed is that it's bulging right there, too. See where all that pitting... Dang it. See where all the pitting is? Right here? It's bulging right there, which means there's rust behind that. Maybe... Okay, I'll be 100% real. I want to make forward progress. I saw that damn trunk pan in here, and I was like, dude, this is going to be awesome. I really want to get this done, etc., etc. But it might be prudent at this point in time to replace it. But if we replace it, we're going to be delayed on getting the trunk floor and everything in there. I want to replace it. It's honestly, that's easier than trying to fix that. Or is it? I don't know. If I patch this thing, if I patch it, it'll probably be fine. But how do we know we got all the rust? You know? The piece itself seems to be fairly simple. A lot of flanges, yes, but no complicated curve. Lightly tack a piece of paper on the front of this to cut out a form and make a replacement. Think of how long it would take to tear things apart to replace it later. You couldn't sleep last night and the drive is so long. I was really better on her being happier to see you. I was really betting on her to S. You got to stop this bleeding heart nonsense, dude. You got to protect yourself. You're opening yourself out. You're opening yourself up to these girls, dude. Keep your cards close next time, but lay down the law. Don't. You're allowing yourself to get hurt to try and make the relationship work. Stop. Stop that. Stop this nonsense. This bleeding heart crap is not. That doesn't work. What's going to be best for the car in the long run? Replacing that leaf spring perch once that trunk is burned in is going to be nigh on impossible. I mean, I could do it. We could get it done, but it's going to be difficult. It would be way difficult because then you have to drill all the spots upside down. And some of them you won't even be able to get to. It's your choice, but something I got to saying to replace it. I'm a broken record. I know, Flanken, I got you. Replace it. I mean, we could patch it. You could patch it, dude. That's the flip side of this. We could patch that, but I don't think there's any other rust in here. Like, now I really want to look over this dang thing. Let me take a look. I mean, it's still strong, dude. It's moving the whole thing. Like, it's not like the other one where you could just flap it. And this is definitely, it's definitely clean in here. Let me get the hammer. I'll show you. This is definitely good metal. Oh, hear the change? That's good metal. There's definitely rust up in here. There's a lot. It's definitely there. Shoot. Getting worse. Trying to ask this without showing shade at your tax guy. Is a car lift coming sometime soon? So X-Wing, no. You can, I'd say at this point you can throw shade on my tax guy. It's freaking June. It's halfway through June. I'm on an extension, which means I don't owe anything, which is great, but I still don't know how much we're gonna get back. At this point, dude, if you want me to be real honest, at this point, that whole return is probably going to need to go, and I really don't like saying this because I promised a freaking lift, that return's going to have to go towards taxes to next year. You're not following your own advice. Cut her out. You have the experience from doing the other side. I agree. Yeah. Yeah, that's the right move. Yeah, it's... what's clouding my judgment here is that if we patch it and it's not, and we get, we make it, we seal it up, we make it look nice, we can make more forward progress, but that might make problems down the road. Damn it. What this is going to do is shift my timelines for this. Or we could just stop whining and just... Yep, see? There's all that rust. There's most of it. That rusty piece right there is the backing plate that's behind here. It's the flange that's right here. What would you rather do, sweeping it right or doing it right or sweeping it under the rug to skip the work? If in doubt, change it out. Let me see how much money I got. Damn it. Hang on one sec. Let me get my phone. I got to see how much cash we have on hand. Because once again, it's what I was saying, guys. I got to be careful. I got to be careful about I got to be careful with cash. I have cash on hand, but I got to file quarterly taxes. And I don't know how much money I'm gonna, because my accountant's taking his sweet ass freaking time. I don't know how much money I'm gonna get back. I don't know how much money I'm gonna have to commit to taxes. And the further we get into the year, I have to commit more money to taxes because I have to file quarterly because I don't know how much I'm gonna make by the end of the year. I'm not salaried, remember. So, let me think. The mightiest of civilizations can withstand outside attack, but not rot from the inside out. All right, I see how much money I got on hand. Let me think about this. Time to find a new accountant? Yeah. Order it now. We got like 8 rocket launches in the next week to cover. Clearly you're not a priority for your tax guy. Talk to the boss. It's not a big enough purchase, Fluffy, that I would Brimo and I have rules. Like, leaf springs aren't that expensive. If I was spending $1,000, if If I was spending $1,000, we'd have to figure this out. Let me just do some math out real quick. I don't want to say this on stream because I don't really like sharing how much money I have. Most of that money is accounted for and taken in. I should have.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space. This is space.
No. Kelly. Gifted 5. Yeah, we should have enough. It should be fine. Let me, is there desync? I don't get U.S. tax. Seems like they make up what you owe. With U.S. taxes, no, they don't make up what you owe. You got to figure out how much you owe. And if you don't get it right, then they go after you. But if you pay them too much, they take their time to pay you back. If you pay too much, they're like, oh, all right, we'll just give this to you later. Crazy desync. All right, give me 1 second. Are we back? Are we back? Okay, 5x5 and in sync. Cool. How's everything going, Rarest? I went to go start doing patches for the right leaf spring perch, and we found that. But see, like, out of the money that we have to spend on this, I mean, I wouldn't have enough. I think I'm good. Then we got that for the mortgage, etc., etc. Yeah, we should be good. But what this is doing is, what this is going to inadvertently do, and I swear to God, don't fucking do that.
This should help the car a bit.
We're good now.
This is space. I'm in space. I'm in space.
We're good now. I was gonna say that this is just screwing up my time frame.
This is space. I'm in space.
But yeah, because what I wasn't gonna say is that I don't have the cash. We have the cash. By the time I finish, and by the time we get that part in, we'll have the cash to buy all the other damn parts. But clearly you guys took that a different way. What I was trying to do is not say like, oh, we don't have the money for this. I have the money for this. It's just going to take time. But I guess you beat me to the punch. Frick me, right? Like, Seakraken with 100 bits. Wait for a monk gifted 5. Reaper Spawn gifted 10. All right. Well, we got enough now. All right. I mean, we still have to deal with the time frame problems, but all right. Because remember, I want this shell to be good by the end of the summer, because I'm not leaving the 59 outside in the winter. No, absolutely not. If at the very best, I'm going to get both of them in here. But that means this car needs to move. It needs to be running and driving.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Go.
That-
Y H H H H H.
All right. Okay. Okay. All right. I get it. You can stop. Why do I do this? I always feel stupid. Why do you hate us so much? Diabetic Kid gifted a $5 super
This
chat
is
over on
space.
YouTube.
I'm in
What
space.
the
I'm in space.
Guys, I'm telling you, I had enough money. I'm not saying we don't have enough money to do it. I was trying to tell you that we don't have, like, time. I want to make...
This is space. I'm in space. I'm in space.
You suck. I'm not asking for freaking money this time. I was trying not to make that same freaking mistake again. Yeah, express shipping now. Jesus Christ. Okay.
This is space. I'm in space. I'm in space.
Use the money to expedite shipping. Well, I guess that solves the time frame problem too. That's not really where I was going with this. What I was trying to do is not turning this into a scenario where, like, oh, I don't have the money to do it. I do. I just looked. We have the cash. You already gave enough. I have the cash to do it. But whatever. I don't know why I do this to You almost covered the spread for quarterly taxes there, guys. Jesus. Man never learns. No, I was trying to learn that time, damn it. That's why I checked my PayPal and then I realized what I was doing. I don't do this on purpose. I was actually looking to see how to fund this project because I want to try and be transparent about it. Because if somebody's doing this, they can't rely on somebody just giving them $1,000. All right? I was checking it to make sure, and before the stupid tip train started happening, I was like, I have the money, let's do it. And then you did this. I'm trying to be realistic with this budget. All right? That's all. You made him mad. Yeah. No, like, I don't feel comfortable being like, oh, we don't have enough money to do this. But Chad, if you give me this amount of money, we could do a new. That's not what I'm trying to do. The reason why I'm even being, guys, when have you heard me be straightforward about finances with this? Like about anything. I don't do that.
I'm in space.
I don't do that. I'm trying to be transparent about budget because I want to show you what it takes to do this. The whole idea is by the end of this, when we're all said and done, I can tally up how much money we spent and tally up if you can actually do this on a budget, just working, buying parts here and there over time. But the idea is that you're not just going to get an extra $500 here and there, but I guess, screw me, right? I guess you guys want it fixed. All right, I always say vote with your damn wallet. I mean, to be honest with you guys, yeah, like, the other thing, like, is if you're going to be insistent on loving me, let us love you, damn it. If you're going to be insistent on doing that, just in case anybody's watching that doesn't know me, you have my word. All this money that you're doing is going towards that. I'm not going to take it and spend it on beer. Okay? That's what the YouTube payout is for. Yeah, can't see me. I have my reservations about that, but it's not my place to bitch about that on stream, you know? Drop my water now, Chad, and it's your fault. What's your beer choice? If I'm looking to just drink beer, I like Yingling, I like lager. But my favorite beer is Guinness. I'm from Boston. What do you want? Of course my favorite beer is Guinness. Why wouldn't it be? I like long drink too. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Back to some metalwork. All right, well, if you guys are gonna pay to freaking do the leaf spring perch, I mean, let's at least build the tabs for this damn thing. Like, all right.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Tally, why are you doing this? Tally, I know where you live. I'm just saying. I know where you live. I'm not a big fan of IPAs, just in case we're going to talk about beer. I don't like IPAs. The bitter thing doesn't do much for me. I like lager. I mean, lager's still a little bitter, but you get what I'm trying to say. The trailer did spoiled, I thought. From Colorado, it scores for you, Chris? Fair. Fair. If someone hands me a Coors, I'm not going to not drink it. I mean, actually, if someone hands me any beer, I'm not going to not drink it. That's kind of my modus operandi. Hey, EJ, you want a beer? Yep. Well, do you mind that it's this kind? Nope. When lift. I'm not sure if this Fuck you. This money, S, is going towards the car because that was the expectation that I set with this. Even if it's natty, I'll drink natty, I don't care. Buck, you're missing the point. If someone's going to give you a beer, you don't refuse the beer. That's disrespectful. You can't do that. That's disrespectful. No. Hand me natty, hand me PBR. I'll shotgun it and throw it up, crack it over my head. Hell yeah. Where are the crayons at? What if it's warm beer? Depends. Yeah, Aqualex, exactly. Exactly. You're gonna say it's like pizza. You're gonna say no to free pizza? What are you, crazy? What about liquor? Whiskey. I like whiskey. I'm a whiskey guy. I like Knob Creek. Well, splash of whiskey on the rocks. We're good. You come into my place of work on the day of my car's frame rail installation, refusing a beer. Knob Creek, yep. Mm-hmm. A 4-inch lift kit on the car. No. No. I like Kentucky whiskey. So like Knob Creek. That's Tennessee, but you get the idea. I mean, Kentucky is more not whiskey, but you understand what I'm saying. Tennessee whiskey is good stuff. And Kentucky's bourbon. But yeah, that's good too. I'll have that. I do have a nice bottle of Coeur de Bois, which is Canadian whiskey. That's maple flavored. I got it from a Canadian. It is tasty. Yeah, very smooth. So you like the fake stuff. Calling Knob Creek fake, that's 4-link tube rear end. Shy, you can get bolt-in 4-link kits for this car. They make them. I am not saying how much they are. No, don't get any funny ideas. We'll pay for that later. I'm dead. They make 4-links for this. This thing would be sick with a 4-link in the back. It'd be like what we put on Ernox Camaro. Rum is good. I mean, guys, like, I'm not partial. Somebody's gonna hand me a scotch. I mean, yep, all right. Vodka, sure, let's go. I mean, that's fine. Like, I'm kind of impartial. If I had to choose, whatever. But like, someone's gonna give you a drink. You don't refuse a drink. Like, what's wrong with you? Geek, I know you like girly drinks. Yeah. Yeah, I know. It's got to have taste or whatever. Yeah, whatever. Hey, if that's how you like getting down, whatever. I'll drink whatever. I don't care. Tres comas. You know what tres comas stands for? Or you know what it means in Spanish? It means 3 commas. It's the amount of money that I'm going to make when I sell off your company and make that frick ton of inner sight money. So I can get a car with doors that open up like this. Like this. All right, so we need to recalculate our course of action here. I won't cut that out until we get the new perch. But yeah, we could fix that, dudes. But yeah, it's probably better that we don't. Like, it's not compromising it structurally. But even if I sealed that up, I'd know it's there and it would piss me off. That's kind of where I'm at. I know it's there. I'd get annoyed every time I think about it. So we got to get some work done today. Like, we did a lot of theory crafting today, not much in the way of physical freaking work. What's the move? So, operator, I was going to repair that rust spot on the leaf spring. I probably still could. Chat decided, even though I said not to, they decided to spite me by giving enough money to buy a new leaf spring perch. So that's what we'll do. I'll get the tabs done. Let's do the tabs for the rail, and we'll do the ears and go from there. What time is it? It's almost 4. Fucking hell. So I won't cut this out. I don't want to cut that out until we're done there. Yeah, you know, what's also good is that when we did this frame rail repair initially, we found rust right there. You can see it. That's not weld, that's rust. That means this metal is no good. So when we cut this out, we can replace the frame rail flange right there, and I can just go over my welds a little bit more and make that nice. Because there's pinholes there. Look, let me shine the light underneath. See what I mean? No, bad. All right. Your gut was right. I mean, Flykin, it's a good point. Yeah, it's just, I think time was the only thing that I really wanted. Like, I could fix that today, but if I order the perch during break, if I order the leaf spring perch during break, yeah, I don't think it'll get here this week unless I overnight it, but that means we'd have to order it soon. I don't know. Yeah. Where are the dang old spot welds for this thing? I mean, we could try to drill the spots for this right now. See if we can get it off and then clean up the frame rail. I don't think we're going to do that in 20 minutes, though. Damn you, Damn you, ice cream. Come to my face. All right. So now that I'm thinking about it, if we get this here, we're gonna have to reposition where the rear cross member goes, and then I have to figure out if there's too much rail here. So, all right, let me get the spot weld cutter out. Screw it. We'll start trying to cut this out now. Okay. Let's do this. Ow! Ow! Dang it, chat, you made me kick my T-square over. You made me kick my damn T-square over, boy. Where's the spot bit? There we go. Guys, just another thing while we're here. Thank you for the support. Like, I do appreciate it. I think we built a pretty damn good community here. You know, you guys didn't need to do that. I'm telling you, you didn't need to, but clearly you don't listen to me, so. You still have pinholes in the bottom of the frame rail. I do need to clean that up. Ironclad with a 1999 super chat. Jesus Christ. Thank you. Thank you for funding this project. It means a lot to me. I know this is not Kerbal, this is not space stuff, but it does mean a lot. Couch, not Couchy. Hi Couchy, you're cool, by the way. Thank you for all the support. Yeah, Can't See Me, you helped me with, not by tipping, but by giving me pointers on how to do this. I mean, I've learned a ton over this last couple of weeks, so, I mean, you're funding the stream in other ways. You know, it'll be awesome where we can get to the point where I don't need to even have this. If we got to a point, you know, like, not that I'd sell this car, but, you know, we flip a car, we make some cash, we can just start doing trade-ups and start getting cooler and cooler cars. And then you guys don't need to fund this anymore. Think of it like, if we keep doing car streams and they're fun, right, and people enjoy them, this is like Series A funding. But I appreciate the investment in me, and I appreciate the investment in the stream. And hopefully we helped S-Master out, yep. And then when this car is finished, we'll tie it all back in and we'll drive it to Boca Chica. I'm not driving it down Highway 4, not after we do all this damn work. Absolutely not. No. Well, we're gonna have to, huh? Crap. Okay. Take the back roads. Right. I did tell Anthony at Rocket Ranch that I would drive it to the ranch. I said that on X the other day. So, we're going to fix this whole thing. It's going to be all nice, and then I'm going to drive it 2,000 miles, and it's going to get all screwed up again. But hey, whatever. That's what cars are about. Yeah, dude, I am going to Deadbringer. Yeah, when we get to that point, I am undercoating. I am putting like 3 coats of undercoating on the bottom of this damn car. I am going we're going to hit it hard. I do not want this car rusting. This is a lot of freaking work, man. If you need a pro Highway 4 driver, I can take the wheel. Yeah. You know where every pothole is? Yeah. All right, let me get the tap magic out and... where's my cutting fluid? Anyway, Yeah, guys, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for funding this project. It's kind of been a dream of mine to restore a car, like fully restore a car, and you guys are definitely helping me with that. I really appreciate it. All right, so first two things we need to get at. There's a spot weld right there for the top of this flange, and then there's a spot weld right here. We have the holes on the side of the frame so we can get through to the spot welds on the flanges there, and then there's two spot welds here and another one there. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 spot welds to get through, and we don't have a lot of time to do it. So let's drip the tap magic on the two upper spot welds and let's get it. We should also get the punch. That's how we do the spot welds right. Let me get the punch and the hammer. So yeah, we'll have some fun with this car. You should have received some small diameter carbide hole saws. They like to cut fast. I should have received it. What does that mean, Aqualex? The P.O. box? Were they sent there? No, I don't want to use that punch. Yes, a bit ago. I gotta head out there, dude. I haven't checked the box in a little while. It's because it's a long ways away. It's a bit of a drive to get up there. And because I've been doing Locked In June, trying to stream more. I haven't had a chance to, but I'll go and check. So that actually just went right through that metal, by the way. That means that, yeah, it went right through that spot weld. You know, we won't read too much into that, but yeah, that went right through the frame rail flange. That's great. I'm sure that's fine. I'm sure nothing bad. That's not a sign of any problem or any. Oh, crap. Okay. Okay, we got it. Got it. Yeah, that was rusty. It's rusty up there. Great. All right, so now we gotta drill through the spot welds on the inside of the rail, but there is holes that we can use to get through. Give me 1 second, I gotta put my phone down. And also I should probably take pictures and document what's going on here. Cool. I missed it before when we did our once over, but I found more rust. It looks like there's an old exhaust hanger right here that we gotta get at. I think that's 1/2. Let me grab the 1/2. That's 9/16. Actually, it might be 9/16. Hold on. Ready? Nope. Smaller.
Go and throttle up.
1/2. Who was that subbing? Yo, Hot Rod, 213 sub. Thanks, man. You make any progress on the dart, dude? That was you, right? I am making backwards progress on this by finding more rust. So, you know, I got that going for me, which is nice. There's my ratchet. Oh, look, more rust. That's great. Yeah. That's stuck in there now. Good, great. Not yet, need time? Yeah, I need the truth, bro. Pretty sure that bracket just rusted out completely. So, you know. Yep. And it's gone. It's gone. It's all gone. I need that bracket out of there so we could get at the spot welding holes. So I'll get in the car and all right, you know what? In the meantime, we'll get at the front spots. I had to move the spot weld bit further out so we could get at it. Get it. Spot welds. I got through. Oh, I'm seeing a lot of brown smoke. Oh, that's not good. All right, let's get over here. Got through. Let me see. Where's that last spot weld? Oh, okay. All right, right there.
Hi,
Hey, Bree.
Rachel and I are preparing for Rockies, but first We had to come in and make sure you had been made aware of the Spaceballs 2 announcement.
Oh yeah, your mother sent it to me.
Oh, really? I figured Chat would have got to you first.
Chat did that too.
Alright, that's all.
Cool.
We go for walkies now.
All right, have fun.
Thanks. Love you, Biggie.
I love you. Hey, I don't mean this in a like, why didn't you do this? Did you make any food today?
I made pizza.
You made pizza?
I made pizza.
Oh, you're awesome.
Yeah, I should have made the HelloFresh, but I had a meeting and crap, so I just...
No, pizza is more than okay.
Alright, cool.
Cool. All right. Bye, Bree. Bye, Titan. Get at the front a little bit more. I need more tap magic. I'll tell Bree that you guys said hi. It should be all the way through, dudes. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there's 2 more on the bottom here. It's Detroit style pizza. That's all she'll let me buy, man. So the mount for that rusted out, so the bolt is stuck in the captive part. We're gonna have to zip that off with the grinding wheel. Speaking of that, we need to, I need to clean off the bottom. I need to clean off the bottom surfaces, so we gotta get the stainless steel guy out. I have the flap disc actually. I was gonna say the stainless steel guy, but we could use the flap disc on the bottom there. Give me one sec, and yeah, I'm gonna get at the bottom flanges. There's just some old rust protection down there, and yeah, let me get my punch for those, and we'll make sure that we got everything we need to drill this perch out. Plumber's butt, beware. We might have some plumber's butt, I'm sorry. I'm not. Okay. I got one. Got the other. Gotta get at the last one. Okay. Got him. All right. Should wear a respirator for that, dudes. Or at least a face shield. I had my safety glasses on, so we're all right. I'm just taking some cutting fluid and putting it on the bit. Actually, before I do that, let me get the punch and the hammer. All right. That should be through. That one might need to go a little bit more, dudes. This one down here needs to go a little bit more. If that isn't through, I don't know what is. All right, let me get the, I need the chisel. You need a creeper. Want to hear a weird one? I'm too heavy for one of those things. Every creeper I end up lying on just breaks. I'm serious. I have a creeper. It's broken. See, you know what sucks? We spent all this time getting all the rust out of this thing, and the more I hit these things to try and break them, get the flanges off, more rust comes off the car. So, you know. That's great. There's that spa weld is just hanging on by a thread. Oh, dudes, do you hear that? Listen. Oh, no. It's crunchy. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I'd have to say that part of the frame rail needs to be repaired. I broke all this loose, and look at all the crap that came out. All right, let me get the back mount. Better to do this now. Yep. 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 Yep, you're right. You're right. We're in under the flange. Now it's just a matter of time. Bit of the spot welds hanging on. I missed the spot weld just by a little bit. Just a little bit more. There we go. Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. All right. All right. I see why people just, yeah, look. See all that? Here, give you guys a taller view. No good. Crusty. Oh, shit. Fellas, yeah, it's probably a good thing we did this. How did I not see that? Oh. How did we not see this? Oh no. Oh no. Wow. Okay. Yeah, the second we started driving this thing down the road, if we drove down any bumpy surface, this would have came apart. that was the right call. So, yeah, frame rail outside wall is shot right there. And that was, dude, guys, that wasn't even me hammering this. That wasn't even me hammering this. Like, I wasn't hammering this part. I was hammering the frame rail, the flange underneath this piece. And the frame rail just basically delaminated. Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's as the kids say, that's not great, Bob. Yeah, we're gonna need to patch it. Fortunately, I already patched right here, but we should have known by patching the top of this frame rail right here. We should have known by patching the top of that frame rail right there that there was probably rust below it. That's on me, dudes. Yep, that's my fault. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's my bad. Yep. So, you know, Flykin, you, if you're out there, dude, you made the right call. That was the right move. Yeah, this is junk. It didn't look like it, but it is. The front of it, very nice. The back, not so much. Wow. Yep. Okay. Good call on catching that one, dudes. Oh, all right. I got to go over here. I got to go on the outside of the rail to just get at it. It looks like there's just a little... Never mind. That came right out. Oh. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, okay. How the hell did that even get there? Oh. Wow. Wow. Junk. Junk. All junk. I gotta clean this, guys. Give me a second. I'm gonna get the stainless steel brush and the respirator out. Now I'm a little concerned. Yeah, I'm a little. Yeah, I'm not happy with that at all. Let me just put that old perch down. Let me get a glove and the cut-off wheel. But you know, I'm not deterred by this. This isn't anything we didn't do to the other side. I'm just, yeah. I guess that kind of shows, you know, that kind of shows over the last couple of weeks how much better I've gotten at spotting junk. Let me get the respirator on. And yeah, that frame rail's hosed. At least on the outside right there. We got to replate it. Yeah, I can clean up those booger welds too. So yeah, flagging one step forward. Yeah, flagging, you called that. One step forward, two steps back. They're tearing down Slick 37. Yeah. Yeah, they are. All right. Oh boy. Wait, didn't they already tear it down? I thought they demolished the buildings this morning, Mike. You told me so. No, I didn't think you were necessarily wrong. It was really just patching it versus not. And patching it would have been the wrong decision there. I was just weighing pros and cons. You didn't tell me nothing, fool. Oh, just ribbing you. Why don't you rib this? Why don't you rib this respirator? Got him. Yeah, that was that, you know, once again, replacing it was the right call. That would have sucked to do all that repair, zap in that trunk pan, and then have that happen. No. That would have sucked. That would have sucked a lot. That would have been not very cash money. Dude, look at the size of the freaking... Oh, no. Oh, what a nugget of freaking rust that is. I threw it on the ground and it shattered into a million pieces. Oh, no. Not great. Anyway. Well, at least we know what to do. And it doesn't look like the damage here is as bad as the other side. So, yeah, that's good. Yep. Okay. Grindy time. Okay. Good news. Good news. We got good metal right there. That's good metal. Thankfully. So we got something to attach to. There is some pitting right there, but I have my backing plate there already, so we grind this sucker down. I ain't worried about that. It's very clear with the welder that I blatantly missed that seam. I'm gonna grind that and redo it. Now let's get to the front perch here. All right, still clean. A little pitting right there, but that's okay. Yeah, that's hosed. That's hosed completely. That all needs to be cut out. Yeah, it's totally shot. Okay. Get up to the front first now, dude. Yep, good thing we did that. Yep, this is, not great, Bob. Oh boy. Wow. I don't know how I didn't see that, dudes. I'm sorry. That is totally my fault. Wow. Yeah, I probably should have seen that. Oh boy. Wowzers. That's bad. Jeez. Wow. That's a thing. This is a thing that exists. Yeah, this would have came apart driving down the road, dudes. There's no way that would have structurally held. We would have hit a bump, and the leaf spring would have flexed, and it would have just either done this or done that, and yeah. Maybe the trunk would have held it, but nah, there ain't a chance. There ain't a chance that would have held together. Oh, jeez. This is all shot. That's all shot. I mean, I could probably section it here. Hang on. Something bounced off the glasses. I think a piece of stainless steel hit the glasses, dudes. Okay, we got good frame rail here. Little pitted there, but yeah, look, even the stainless steel blew through a lot of my welds, which means they were contaminated. Those were the first welds that I did on the car anyway. We'll grind them down, we'll fix it. We know a lot more about what we're doing. Oh, my rail! Oh, my rail! Yeah. What time is it? It's 4:30. 4:30. That's junk. We gotta repair it. I'm opening up the garage door. Might be easier to just cut it out, bend a new brake, piece on the brake, and weld it in. Well, Christian, you know, I'm not 100% sure why I didn't think of this before, but I had an idea while I was grinding this down. The flange needs to be repaired, basically right at the bend. Well, the leaf spring perch is, that flange is okay. Why don't we just cut the leaf spring perch flange out and then patch it? You know what I mean? Why don't we just cut that out? Use that to patch the flange, right? Like, why wouldn't we do that? There are parts of that leaf spring perch that we can use. I mean, that's never getting used again. It's rusted on the back. Remember, you just spray tanned your hands with rust. Yeah, I understand. I don't like using gloves with the grinder. So why don't we cut out pieces of the damn leaf spring perch and use that to patch this? I want to clean the rest of the rail, guys, and check on the insides and stuff to be absolutely sure. But, yeah. One step forward, 2 steps back, dudes. But that's okay. This is, we needed to do that. There's no way that would have held going down the road. Wait, what did you say earlier, Shogun? Sorry. Where's that sandblaster? Detroit. It's in Detroit, Michigan. Joey Blue Skies got a sandblaster in an estate sale for like nothing. And yeah. Well, that sucks. But hey, whatever. Yeah, guys, that to cut the holder to replace the frame. Yeah, I got you, Shogun. I know what you're saying. So the weld that I did do in here, it completely missed. That was before Geek told me to, and you guys told me to actually shine a light on it so you can see what you're doing. We're pitted right there. My booger weld's right there. The plug welds are horrible. I'm grinding those down and redoing them. At least resealing them as best as I can. This is hosed, but I couldn't see it because the plate, the leaf spring perch plate was right here. I couldn't see it. That was very well hidden rust because the back side of the frame rail looked okay too. It didn't look too bad. Yeah, the good part is that all here is good. This is good. This is good metal from about here down. But I should have known We patched a frame rail flange right here a little while back in one, I think it was part like 19 or something. I did a frame rail flange right there, and because that was super rusty, I should have known. I should have known that if it's rusty here, water goes down and it's gonna rust right there. Yeah, that's on me. That's inexperience right there on my part. I should be able to cut the profile here on this piece looks very similar. I should be able to cut this flange and then replace it with the factory one. So zip it like right here. Well, unfortunately cut out the patch that we made. And then just rebuild all the way back into our extension piece. We got to grind that down. I got to redo that seam. It's atrocious, to say the least. But we should be able to cut the good parts out of the spring to make good metal there. And this metal is already bent. It's already bent to the angles that we need. In fact, I might do that on the other side too, where we didn't get that flange right. You know, I didn't know why I didn't think of that before. Funny thing, considering you have a welder, you don't need to just use plug welds. You could also seam weld everything to keep the water out. Yeah, probably. It looks like the rest of the rail is okay. Yeah, I think so. Here, let me shine the light on it. Now I'm paranoid, and I'm gonna check all the way up the rail. Yeah, I don't think it. The inside of the rail looks okay. There is pitting going on right here, but that's where the front perch was. Now I'm looking over this with a fine-tooth comb. I'm looking for any pitting on the inside. There isn't much. It's mostly smooth. It looks like the mouse nest that was over this side, I got it before it caused any bad damage. It is a little scaly, but for the most part, yeah. I'm gonna clean that whole rail. We'll do that tomorrow. That sucks. But yeah, we can use this to patch. We can use this to get good bends and good rails. So that's what I'll do. Yeah, the rail is good down to in front of the perch, guys. And once again, just like the other side, there's a little tab. I don't know how well you guys can see it. But there's a little tab right there that locates the front leaf spring mount. See it? Buddy on the assembly line spot welded it on the seam like a turd burglar. So I'm gonna have to seal that up. We'll seal this up with the welder. I'll build up a pool here on the, we'll put the brass hammer right there, seal that up, and then cut the tab down, because that tab shows where the leaf spring locates. And it's really easy to line it up from there, and it's covered under a bunch of rust, but down there on that tape mark is where we plumbed it. So we can, just like the left side, we can plumb it center and call it a day. You don't know what's going on with you today. You have squirrel brain. Dude, that was me on Monday. Actually, I didn't have squirrel brain. I had turtle brain or something. One step forward, 2 steps back. But we will prevail. Boats against the current. Yeah, see, we took such a giant leap forward yesterday. I was kind of skeptical. I'm like, things are shaping up really good. Too good. Something will go wrong. You're struggling to focus on stuff that needs to get done, Gratian. That was, dude, I'm telling you, that was me on Monday. I just couldn't, even if I tried to exert, like, I was like, okay, focus, nope. Like, I had the nastiest brain fog, and all it did was just piss me off. I still haven't seen the viewer in chat that I cursed out. If you're out there, man, Finn, I'm sorry, bud. You didn't deserve that. But, yeah, oh well. What are you gonna do? Oh, that's caca. Damn. Damn, that sucks. All right. Remember yesterday at this time? We were like super pumped. We got that other leaf spring perch in. We were like, yeah, this is excellent. Everything is awesome. Nope. Nope. Nah, son. At least we have experience doing it, so I'm not worried. I bumped my head on the side of the car when I was grinding all that stuff off, but I'm just looking at this damn leaf spring perch. I'm like, how the heck did I miss it? But it was very well hidden. That was really difficult to spot. We really needed to get into it to see. I hope he comes back. He's probably not coming back, dude. And that's why I said yesterday, take the W and walk away before it turns into an L. That's project cars, man. And we chose a hell of a project car. That's fine. I'm not deterred or anything. I'm more annoyed with myself that I didn't see it. But the reality of that is I didn't know what to look for. You know, I have much more experience now after patching the frame rail and learning what we did with, you know, trying to add material back in and patch plates and all that other stuff. I have much more experience in it now, like, you know, so imagine, you know, we patch this, imagine what we'll get in the future. Like, the other thing, dudes, is that I'm using the leaf spring perch flanges. What I'm going to do to repair that is I'm going to cut out as much of this as possible with the bend, because that's the bend that we need. I'm cutting this out. And I'm going to use that. I'm going to use this to patch it. We probably could have done that on the other side. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Can I get a really quick super TLDR? Catch me up. What's wrong? Yeah. So, Hibbit, we started to try and fix the other side of the car to get ready to put the rear cross member on. And I noticed with this leaf spring, I noticed that there was a little bit of rust here and a little bit of rust on the end. And we started looking at the back of the perch, and I ground this down to see that it's got a hole in it. See the hole down there? See that? It's got a hole in the damn thing. So that led me to, based off of what we saw on the other perch that we just finished, you know, I was thinking, like, if it's rusting there, it might be rusting in the same spots. So we decided to, chat generously funded a new leaf spring. Generously. Thank you, chat. And we got to work to getting that piece off, and we found that. Like, that's where I drilled. There and there is where I drilled the spot welds. And we found probably about a golf ball sized hole in the right side frame rail. When I went to take the leaf spring perch off, this is what came out of it. This all fell, and I found a pocket of iron oxide that's probably about a 1/2 inch thick. So I got that going for me, which is nice. So we got to buy another leaf spring perch. We got to buy the right-hand side. We already, like I said, we already replaced the left-hand side, and we did a good job. But now we know what to do. But see, it's funny because look, it's rusting there, and I had to put a patch panel. I put a big patch panel in here because it was rusting on that side too. And that's what got me thinking. If the other leaf spring perch was rusty right there, if that one is rusting in the same spot, you know, chat goaded me to it. I was about to repair it. And yeah, if it's rusted in the same spot, that one probably is too. So, yep. So that's good. Not. Well, this week has been a week of ups and downs working on this car, but we're slowly gaining forward progress. Slowly. And that's further up the rail from where you added the cap. The frame rail cap is starts right there. I also noticed that because I really couldn't see and in experience that I missed the seam completely. The seam is on the other side of that weld, to be honest, which is kind of funny. Yeah, there's my original 3 plug welds that are absolutely atrociously bad, rosette welds. And then we have a backing plate right here, and it was pitted up against the backing plate, but we can seal that up. I'm not worried about that. We're gonna have to cut this out. This area, just like the other side, it's got to be flat. It's got to be nice and flat so the leaf spring perch can mount up to it. The back side of the perch will be right here, and then the flange from the perch will be right there where that big rust pile is. I should have noticed with this. I thought I just blew through the metal with the grinder. That was a case of that's not what happened. Yeah. The inner structure holder, you can see a piece of it right here, which is not good. Yeah, that's bad. Fortunately though, we got good metal right about here. We don't need to go far this direction to get to good stuff. And the bend down here, that's fine. The bend is okay. Believe it or not. Let me just check it on the back side to be absolutely sure. It's a little thin down there, but we should, knowing what I know about welds, we should be okay. Now, I know this is a bit of a setback. Restoring cars like this is a work of frustration, not love. You're doing good as it is. Yeah. Yeah, man. Fellas, I ain't deterred by this. No. What, is this worse than anything else we've found? No, not really. That's actually not bad. That shouldn't take much to fix. Dude, I'll have that frame rail nice and straight by tomorrow. Time to use the hammer to make sure. I mean, I went at it with the damn wheel, dude, but all right, here, I'll show you. Yep, the curve is good. Hear that? Curve is fine. We can section it right there, right here, and right there, and then across the top. That's definitely rusty. I might be able to build that up, but I think we'd just blow through the metal there, so I'll probably fix it. There's the frame rail flange that we put in right there. I'm thinking from my sectioned piece right here forward, if I just cut the bend out of cut the flange out of the leaf spring perch, that's the bend that we need already. Just cut it there, zip it there, put the leaf spring perch, the junk leaf spring perches flanges, which are good, put them in this spot. And that should get me like all the way down to here. And then we just plate right there. We're good to go. Might be able to get away with it. Either that or build a plate here and then leaf spring flange on top. Probably do that. I gotta fix my terrible rosette welds right there. Yeah, that's all fine down there. Yep, this is all good metal. It's just pitted a little bit. I might cut it out anyway, because we know what happens with the pitted metal. This feels like one step back now that saved 5 steps back later. Yep. It's not going to be the same curve. It's going to be slightly...
Oh, this is space. I'm in
yeah,
space.
maybe. Fluffy gifted 5. And then 2 before that? 7 total? Fluffy, why do you like me so much, dude? Don't do that. I'm a jerk. Don't do that. I mean, please don't. Yeah, all right, you can do it. I don't care. Go ahead. Have fun. But yeah, every one of these proverbial steps back is, you know, between my inexperience and the rust on the car, that's just going to make it easier to do later. Like, once again, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. This is one of the hardest parts of the car to get right. The only other part that would probably be difficult to get right is the front frame rails. And the front frame rails seem to be okay. But now I'm going to go over them with a fine-tooth comb to be absolutely 100% sure, because yeah, I don't trust it. I just don't trust it. No, maybe the inside surface, one is the outside of the other, and because this is the real world, there's thickness involved. Huh? Dude, I'm talking about taking this strip of metal, cutting it out, and just using it to patch at least the part with the complicated bend. This is good metal. That's all fine. Or we could just fab it ourselves. I don't know, man. Whatever you want. Like, look, Aqualex, look at the inside of this is okay. That metal is fine. It's not even pitted. It's actually just metal. It's a little pitted down here, and it's definitely pitted at the bottom. But no, wait. It's got to be your bowl. I mean, this mimics the factory bends, that's why. Like, this bend right here is very similar to the bend on the rail. The leaf spring perches are higher up, though. They're higher up in the air. But it looks to be more or less the same bend. I thought you were talking about the piece that fits to that, not another nearby piece. No, all good, man. Yeah, I figured I didn't explain myself right, because I wasn't really understanding what you're saying. Yeah, just like the other one, from about here forward, this rail is just fine. Or this leaf spring perch is fine. This metal is really good. I'll use it for patching. Like up in here, like I don't know if you guys can see that. Look, it's not even pitted. That right there is just good metal. I'm thinking about taking that piece off and using it to patch. Using it to patch this thing. Because it's the right bend for the most part, and it's nice and solid. But yeah, that's a problem for tomorrow's EJ. Jeepers creepers, man. I just wanted to weld tabs onto the end of this thing today. Holy balls. I wanted to weld a couple of pieces here, and we ended up removing a ton. Damn it. That's okay, just more content, and you guys, well, you guys are funding this project, and I appreciate all the help. What do we do? Cannibalizing is the way to go when things are proper and fitting, for sure, man. The best part is no part. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. So let's think about what we got to do here. I think tomorrow I'll clean up I'm paranoid now. I'm gonna clean up that whole damn frame rail all the way to basically the same point that we did on the other rail. Yeah, I'm gonna clean all that up. I don't trust it now. I mean, probably it'll be fine, but it's going to give me the peace of mind there. Now, with that all being said, we still got to weld the tabs onto the back of the damn rail. Still got to do that. The best part is Mopart. Oh, yeah. Freaking frame rail, dude. I can't believe that. That sucks. I mean, the other thing we could do is maybe repair the leaf spring perch. We could repair it now that it's out of the car. Nah, let's just buy another one. You guys funded the project. We'll just buy another one. It'd be better. Yeah, okay, so let's clean that frame rail inside and out. Get that stupid old exhaust hanger off of it that's decided to break. We still have to do the extension on the other side. That's probably what we'll do while we're waiting on the perch to get here, dudes. Missed a bit. Was at the dentist with your daughter. What happened? Well, Kyron, we started trying to figure out ways to patch up the right leaf spring perch, and we found a little bit of rust, then we found a little bit more rust, and then we decided to take it off and found a golf ball sized hole in the frame rail. It's hanging on by a thread, but yeah, see this whole part? That's no good. It's okay. Chat decided to go bananas with tips for some reason. They really like this crap box car. And it is a crap box, but we will make it not a crap box. But yeah, not. I'm trying to think about what to do. So all right. I'm going to clean this up. We're going to look for more rust tomorrow. We're going to figure out what we need to do to patch, the best way to patch that. Clean this up. I got to fix a bunch of welds here. These plug welds came out absolutely terrible. I'm going to grind those down and then rosette them again. We got to fix that piece there, but the backing plate that we decided to put in, made that pretty good. We have to do this to the other side. So yeah, clean it up, patch all this, and then finally maybe we can get those tabs done. I think after I patch this while we're waiting on the perch and everything, we'll go back over to the other side, go back over here and make the extension, put a new frame rail end on this thing. That's probably what we'll do. Yeah. Jeez. Oh. Crap. Yeah. Yeah. Do the extensions and we'll do the tabs for this side, dudes. Yeah, that's probably how we'll do this. Let's get one of these freaking frame rails finished. I didn't think it would be this one on the left. I thought we would have finished the right one like way first. But yeah. I did a lot of talking today too. I did a lot of thinking about this stuff as well though, so. Beer is a solution to a lot of problems. That is why it's measured in percentage by volume, as it is a diluted solution. Yeah. Cleaning up the whole rail is a good idea. It allows you to inspect it, and it'll be clean to reapply a new undercoating. Yep. Yeah, the left rail is already pretty much cleaned. I didn't get right here because of the bracing, but man, good thing we didn't weld in the trunk cross member too, because now I got to get in there and clean everything. But that's okay. It's all right, man. Every step back right now, somebody said it right in chat. That's correct. That's the right way to look at this. Every step back right now mitigates 5 or 6 steps backwards down the road. So I'm fine. So this is, despite what it might seem, it's forward progress. So I'm good. Either that or I'm just coping.
Discovery.
So I think who's that? Rarest. Hey, 90-month resub. Thanks, man. We'll patch up the right rail tomorrow as best as we can, and then we'll make the extension for this tomorrow as well. Yeah. Frick, dude. Frick. Yeah. Yep. I just basically got to replicate this piece right here. It has to look like that. All right, well, I'm going to go grab some pizza in a second here, dudes. I'm just cutting a little bit of crap off of the piece here. I just wanted to see. This piece needs to basically go right there. So that is, minus the rust, that's the piece we need to make. Okay. Jeez. You know, I just want to know, at this point, dudes, I just want to know where this car drove to get this like this. Like, where the hell did this vehicle drive? Like, we know it's it was a Canadian ordered vehicle. We do know that. But, man, where the heck did this thing drive to get like this? Like, man. So I know the car came out of New Hampshire, but damn. Like, yeah, was this like on a salt flat or something? Jesus. Yeah, it must have been in Quebec. This car, like I said, when the paperwork that I had goes as far back as 1994 in New Hampshire. But we know it's a B car. The vehicle sequence number begins with a B. And if it begins with a B, that means it was ordered for the Canadian market, interestingly enough. That might explain why it's a weird trim level. Like, it's a Coronet 500. It has the premium VIN, but this doesn't have any premium options on it. The Canadian market trim must have been different. We use so much salt. Dude, I mean, it had to have come out of Quebec, dude. Like, how? Well, at least it had to have been to Quebec at some point, right? Like, it had to have been there at some point. Because how did it get to New Hampshire? There's a Quebec in the way. Man, I'm just, it's crazy, dude. Crazy. All right, I'm rehooking up all the lights. So tomorrow we'll begin patching. We'll begin patching the right frame rail. We'll patch that, and then yeah, I want to patch that, get that all straight, preparation for the leaf spring perch, clean up that frame rail, and then finish that tab. That is our goal tomorrow. I need this frame rail completely patched and completely straight by tomorrow. And then we need the extension piece here with the tabs, and then ideally the tabs on this as well. I want the 2 forward tabs, 2 side tabs. But in order to do those tabs over here, I'm going to need that side. Well, no, we don't need that side done. I could take the cross member and hook it up. Yeah, we could hook up the cross member, level it, and that'll give us the position of where the slotted hole is over there. Man. So that's what they mean when they say it's too far gone. We need a 3/4 inch hole saw. By the way, I need a 3/4 inch hole saw to be able to do that. That's how a lot of cars down here in coastal South Carolina are. We get lots of flooding plus the salty sea air. Yep. Take it to Quebec when you're done and buy a poutine. Oh yeah, bud. Take your ticket back and then immediately on your side of the car when you're done. Wow. Crazy. Just knucking futs, man. All right. Well, that sucked, but it was necessary because look at all the crap that came off. That definitely would have snapped going down the road. If we were driving this car any useful speed, we would have hit a bump and this thing would have came apart. So, come see me, EJ. I offer free stay in Poutine. Oh. Yeah. See all the rust that came out? Look at all the rust on the right-hand side. Look at all down here. That's all crap. That's all frame rail that just came out. We put salt on dirt roads in the summer to reduce the dirt being kicked up. What in the freaking Quebec Soir the hell does that do? Like, what? What in the name of all things holy poutine, bud? That's a really crazy idea. You shouldn't do that. You're absolutely, you guys are nuts up there. Okay. Tomorrow, very, very strict tasks because we didn't get a lot done today. And the stuff that we did get done was steps backwards. Tomorrow, clean the right frame rail. Patch the right frame rail. Then after that, get the left frame rail finished. Finish up the seam welds that are over there. Bend the extension on the metal brake. Weld the tabs in over there. And then the stretch goal is tabs on the right frame rail. Let's get this done. So once again, for everybody, for part 27, we're on part 26. I got enough weld wire? Yeah, I replaced it the other day. So for part 27, clean and patch the right frame rail. Finish the extension on the left frame rail with tabs. Weld the tabs onto the right frame rail. Those are the 3 goals. We have to, I really want to get that done. I will go and order that leaf spring perch right now. So, that's going to do it. How much is a plasma cutter? Why do we need a plasma cutter? No, dude, we're good. We're fine. We're fine with what we got. Yeah, this is all right. We good. Dang it, you made me lose my train of thought. Yeah, okay. I'm saying this just to get it right in my head. I'm pretty sure you guys heard me the second time and the third time. So, clean and patch the right rail. Extension on the left with tabs. Extension on the right with tabs. I'll order the new leaf spring. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow for the auto streams. Stay tuned, though. I have a special space news that I want to talk about today. There's big space news about Slick 37B, so Space Launch Complex 37B at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. I think it'd be cool for Space News to do a little bit of a deep dive into the history of that pad, especially since the pad is going to be evolving in the next year or so, to the point of basically being unrecognizable. So it'll be pretty cool. It's going to be pretty cool to do that. So, that is coming up here very soon. Oh my gosh, it's already 5:12. All right, half past the hour. Give me about 20 minutes, and I'm just gonna go grab some of that pizza that Brimo made. It's not microwave. It's, easy pizza. Anyway, give us some sata. Keep in there. And yeah, that's going to do it for part 26. Unfortunately, we really didn't get what we wanted to get done, but yeah. Take a shower. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. I'll see you guys in 20, 30 minutes max. So, be here for Space News. I'll see you in a little bit. Thank you very much for watching. On YouTube, you guys know the drill. I'm going to jog the VOD. and you'll have a loss of signal for about 30 minutes. See you back in a second.